and thanks for staying with us. Customs continue to wage war against smugglers of petroleum products outside the country. Also, on Customs report, the Controller General of Customs continue to speak to business operators in the country, making sure that rules and regulations are operated while clearing of consignments at the port. It speaks more on a number of issues. Also, on Customs report, more reports from states in the country. I am Igiseme Itinye. Stay tuned. The Controller General of Nigerian Customs Service have been speaking on how to improve activities with major operators in the industry. He was speaking while receiving some members of some continental business in Abuja. He speaks more on a number of issues.
The Nigerian Customs Service has reaffirmed its commitment to promoting intra-African trade by deepening its partnership with the African Export-Import Bank to improve trade facilitation, strengthen customs cooperation, and accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The renewed commitment was made during a working visit by the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afri-Exim Bank, George Elombi, to the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, at the Nigerian Customs Services headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. The meeting provided both institutions with an opportunity to assess the progress of their ongoing collaboration and identify new areas of cooperation aimed at promoting seamless cross-border trade and advancing regional economic integration. Speaking during the visit, Adeniyi said the partnership is driven by a shared vision of unlocking Africa's economic potential through increased trade among African countries. He noted that the collaboration has continued to deliver positive results in customs modernization and trade facilitation through initiatives focused on harmonizing customs procedures and improving the movement of goods across the continent.
We see it, gaining traction across all African countries, and we want to believe that in the next few years, the story of intra-African trade will change for the better. We are also seeing positive developments in the area of the development of support for the transit, system, the bond system, which Afri-Exim Bank has initiated. Is also, doing wonders, to trade in Southern Africa, and we believe that this is what we need to replicate in other parts of Africa. Massive investments that Afri-Exim Bank has done in Nigerian economy in particular must be appreciated. We have seen the massive investment that you have done in supporting Nigerian companies to engage in production, engage in exports, and of course, we cannot forget in a hurry.
It is also not a very complex exercise where we need external expertise. The expertise is in here. We have come to say thank you for the spirit which we see in this house and the spirit which your DG projects out there about what difference we must make in our continent.
The Nigerian Customs Service has strengthened its strategic communication capacity with the induction of 70 of its public relations officers into the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, the first mass induction of customs personnel into the professional body. Speaking at the induction ceremony held on Monday at the service's headquarters in Maitama, Abuja, the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, said effective communication was critical to sustaining the service's ongoing reforms.
You must be ready to take on this responsibility. Training is very, very important. I like the way it was described. It has to be a strong commitment to continuous professional career development program. And you can get this in so many ways. Please strive and get a copy of Controller Atta's lecture. I gave you all the details, how you can participate in conferences, programs organized by NIPR, and those that will be done by yourself. There is no limit to learning, and it is only knowledge that can give wings to your professional career flights. And this is what has been responsible for the growth, the quick growth of the current public relations officer. While he was there, he found time to go to school and a doctorate. Of course, you know that Atta, almost immediately when he left office, he also went and consummated it. I'll be waiting in my retirement for any of you, when you are going to earn your doctorate, invite me for the jollof rice consumption. Be very sure that I will be there. The second is that you must be very, very professional. You must be very professional. Customs is now transiting into a digital customs. Most of the things that we are done electronically. And for an organization that is modernizing, the public relations methodology and system cannot remain as it is. So we've started on the journey already. You must continue to embrace digital PR. You must cultivate the media all the time. Don't wait for when you have problems before you see them. You also must engage with respect. It's important that you know how important that respect is. It's only when you respect the media that they will give you, because they say respect is reciprocal. You must also build your career. You are first and foremost customs officers, and the service gives the opportunity to really learn a lot and become whatever you choose to be. There are a lot of opportunities within the service. You know that we have so many opportunities in tariff and trade, in rules of origin, in ICT. So you must ensure that you build your career.
Your induction into the Institute is not just ceremonial event, and certainly more than receiving a certificate or taking an oath. It is your formal entry into a respected profession that carries immense responsibility. Public relations is about building trust, promoting mutual understanding, protecting reputation, strengthening relationship between organizations and the public you serve.
I consider you very blessed people, sincerely. And I'm not saying it because the CG is here, but because you had the opportunity of working under a man who understands what it is to build people. We've seen this of him over a period of time until when he became the vice president of the Institute. He's somebody who believes in nurturing a credible successor generation. The issue is not about being a young person and then someday you will take over, but not CGC Adeniyi. He would make sure that you have the right content that would help you to add value to who you are, and that's what he has been doing. From the testimonies we've had here this morning from Abdullahi Mewada, Dr. Mewada, who told us how he nurtured him, from Controller Joseph Atta, PhD, who has told us how he nurtured him and still nurturing them. And the interesting thing about him is that he does not let them go. The fact that you are no longer working with him does not mean that he does not relate with you. He keeps managing the relationship because he understands what it is. Under his leadership today, and I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility, the Nigeria Customs Service has become a national asset.
It described the induction as a strategic investment in the future of customs communication system, noting that the service's achievements, including its recognition as one of Nigeria's leading agencies in ease of doing business, require trained professionals to communicate them effectively. The development was announced in a statement issued on Tuesday by the National Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Customs Service, Deputy Comptroller of Customs, Aliyu Meiwada.
We've been on a journey of reforms, and we have recorded good progress. And when we make progress, we need professionals to report this progress. We need professionals to manage the progress. Otherwise, it will not be sustained. This is why I am glad that in the next few years, we are going to be entrusting the management of the Nigeria Customs Service Public Relations in the hands of tested and proven professionals. The narrative they are going to be sending out there is now going to be slightly different from what we used to have. You know, typical PR statements that we have, we talked about the amount of millions of naira that we have generated. We will compare the percentage increase with similar period last year or the period under review, so the cliche says. We will talk about the fact that this was made possible because of the support that we got from the Comptroller General of Customs and his able management and all of that. Now, our mandates, our scope are widening. And as they widen, we also need to do the same thing with our PR narrative. Some of you may have known that last week, Nigeria Customs Service was named the best MDA. The best MDA in the ease of doing business in the Travel ranking. This was not something that was achieved overnight. This is something that has culminated in 3 years of steady and consistent reforms. We did not take our eyes off the ball. We were pursuing the goals of revenue generation and anti-smuggling, but we believe that trade facilitation offers us the opportunity to eat our cake and have it. And this is what has happened to us. In 2023, we were rated number 35. In 2024, we graduated and we became something like number 36, number 34, 33 or 34. But then we had a quantum jump in 2025. We jumped to number 3, and we were not satisfied with that. We made more efforts, and by 2025, first half of 2026, we are now number 1 in the ease of doing business. Now, this is the kind of narrative that we now have to start pushing in the media, to push it in the consciousness of Nigerians, not just those that are listening to us, but also policymakers who may not fully understand that we are pursuing trade facilitation. We have shown from our performance that they are not mutually exclusive, that we can achieve excellence in both areas. So, it is important for you to also know that what we are doing is part of the wider capacity training programs that we are giving to officers and men of Nigeria Customs Service. We are in a kind of transition, and like you heard from the PRO, the last 2 titans in PR, that is the DCG, ER&I, and myself will be exiting the service very soon, and we will be leaving the management of public relations in your hands. So it's important that we leave it in very trained, very experienced professional hands, and we believe that what we have done would set you and get you ready for those things.
whirlwind operation of the Nigerian Customs Service has again smashed a syndicate that specializes in smuggling consignment of petroleum products outside the country. He was speaking alongside with the controller FOU and also the coordinator of the task force, has this to say.
The Nigerian Customs Service, through Operation Whirlwind, has intensified surveillance, intelligence gathering, and enforcement operations along major smuggling routes in response to the persistent activities of few smugglers. The National Coordinator of Operation Whirlwind, Deputy Comptroller Lucky Aliyu, disclosed this during a public auction of 20,500 litres of premium motor spirits, commonly known as petrol. The patrol was intercepted from suspected smugglers operating along the Lagos-Ogun border corridor. The auction, held at the Nigerian Customs Service Training College in Ikeja, Lagos, was conducted in line with the service's commitments to transparency, accountability, and due process in the disposal of seized petroleum products.
Prices of fuel in Nigeria is different from that of our neighboring countries. And most of our neighboring, we are surrounded by hinterland countries, lands, countries without without water. So they don't have this supply we used to have. And don't forget, Nigeria is a major producer of this product. So people come around, criminal element, especially those by the border, they take advantage of the product, the nature, and the ruggedity of our borders to smuggle it because of price. If price is being sold here, fuel is being sold here for 700 naira, it's double, if not triple, in neighboring countries. So these individuals will use advantage of price differential to smuggle so that they will make serious gains. And that, thank God for the situation we have now, the prices is almost similar. But they still go ahead and do it. Recently, we busted a cartel trying to do similar issue. They will go behind filling stations. They will create additional pumps outside. You cannot just go around filling stations and stopping them from doing their work. But these people has where they load this fuel behind, some in leather bags, and our operative will never allow such to happen. We will crack down on them anywhere they are. We will pursue them day, night. We will make sure that we brought them to justice.
You are watching the program Customs Report.
The Nigerian Customs Service has commenced a strategic leadership refresher program for 100 deputy comptrollers as it intensifies efforts to prepare a new generation of senior officers for higher leadership responsibilities and sustain ongoing institutional reforms. The workshop, organized by the Human Resources Development Department in collaboration with the Customs Police Unit, began at the Nigerian Customs Command and Staff College, Gwagwalada.
We must strengthen public trust, and of course we've already gained that, particularly under this present regime of customs. The public trust us to add value to their businesses.
The responsibility for sustaining discipline within the service therefore rests substantially on your shoulder. I encourage you to approach this course with seriousness and sense of purpose it deserves. I challenge you to embrace the opportunity for self-improvement, professional renewal, and leadership development.
The Commandant of the College, Assistant Comptroller General of Customs, Dao Gora, declared the program open on behalf of the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni. Speaking at the opening ceremony, ACG Gora described the participants as officers carefully selected for greater responsibilities within the service, noting that the training is designed to equip them to lead by example.
Training will impact positively because it has to do with their conduct. It has to do with succession. It has to do with inculcation to the younger ones. So when they impart positively we will see things moving around positively in terms of revenue generation, in terms of discipline within the service.
What we are doing, like I said during the lecture, is to remind them of their obligations. We did not come here to teach them what they don't know. We're only coming here to remind them on the application of those knowledge that they already have.
As a senior officers, our rank confers authority, but our conduct earns legitimacy. Our character, integrity, and professionalism determine whether that authority inspires confidence or erodes public trust. Every decision we make, every institution,
My presentation centered on strategic leadership, command responsibility, and accountability. It's focused on the kind of skills required of a strategic leader so that he can exercise effective strategic leadership. And the paper showed the linkage between strategic leadership and command, as well as the responsibilities required of a commander.
As paramilitary, it's expected that we have some element of the military. And that is why it's important for us to talk about discipline, because discipline is the gear that will push the vehicle to move on the right track.
This course is timely. It is a course that will enhance the Deputy Comptroller of Customs to carry out their duties diligently.
This will arm us because in an evolving world, in a dynamic world, and the drive of the Comptroller General of Customs Service to modernize customs, this is one of the ways through which officers will be armed to be able to meet up and to excel in complex environment within which we work.
For me, even if today is the first day, but it is fully packaged, I must say. I wasn't expecting it to be this very interesting and engaging. It is mind-blowing because I want to believe that before the end of the 3 days course, I will definitely be a transformed officer.
I've come to realize that I have had a lot invested in me, and now is the time to actually put that knowledge to good use. And how best can you do that? By seeing yourself as a part of a system and then transferring this knowledge to get those in the service, our peers and even the younger generation, ready for the challenges of this new age.
A new inter-secondary school football competition has been officially launched in Idiroko, aiming to steer youth away from the dangers of border smuggling through the power of sports. According to a press release issued on Tuesday by Chado Zachary, Deputy Superintendent of Customs and Public Relations Officer, Ogun 1 Area Command, Idiroko, the initiative, in conjunction with Johnny Yeko College of Health Science and Technology, organized as a core corporate social responsibility drive, seeks to engage young minds productively, foster community spirits, and highlight sustainable career paths outside of illicit border trade. Idiroko, a strategic border location, has historically exposed vulnerable youth to the temptations of smuggling. This tournament provides a constructive alternative, channeling students' energy into teamwork, discipline, and healthy competition. The Kano Jigawa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has recorded a major operational milestone, generating 69.37 billion naira in revenue during the first half. The acting Customs Area Comptroller, Deputy Comptroller of Customs, Yu Adamu, who made this known on Wednesday during a media briefing held at the command's headquarters in Bompai, Kano, said the achievements came on the heels of intensified offensive against smuggling and other forms of economic sabotage. Addressing journalists, the acting comptroller said the impressive revenue performance reflected the command's renewed commitment to efficient service delivery, strict compliance with government fiscal policies, and enhanced trade facilitation.
Oman generated 63 billion and 78 million naira, 655,523 naira, 0.44 kobo from January to June ending 2026. This surpassed the 58 billion naira, 389,838,284 naira 0.87 kobo generated during the corresponding period of 2025 by approximately 4,688,817,238 naira 0.57 kobo, representing a growth of about 7.4%. Major interception at Malam Aminu Kano International Airport, involving cross-border movement on undeclared foreign currencies in violation of the Anti-Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. The intercepted undeclared cash and other negotiable instruments consisted of $568,100 US, 134,256 Saudi Riyal, 28 Chinese Yuan, 20 Ghana cedis, and 35 kilograms of silver bars worth 175 million naira.
He noted that despite challenges, the command recorded significant growth over the corresponding period through strategic reforms and strengthened operational efficiency.
Just before I round up this week's edition of the program, Custom Support, we brought you a report when Nigerian Customs Service has continued to preach to importers and also business operators in the country to make sure that goods brought into the country are well certified by the management of Nigerian Customs Service before the goods are allowed to come into the country. For me, Egeseme Etie, thanks for watching.
Right here in the heart of Johannesburg, something new is taking root. In Rosebank, the city slows down just enough to breathe. And what's happening here is redefining what Pan-African life can look like. And trust me, this is only the beginning. But let's see what else we have on the show today.
We step inside a dream escape designed for slowing down in style.
we see how Zambia's fashion scene is set to hit $90 million, and one woman is ensuring local heritage leads the way. What happens when Brazil and Nigeria collide for one big cultural celebration? Bibi Ray is in Lagos to find out. I'm Tani Chitambera, and you're watching Afrimax. Just like our other stories here on Afrimax, which aim to showcase modern Africa, this next individual exemplifies just that.
This is the story of a fighter, a man taking punch after punch. In the video to his song Atika, Senegalese rapper Nix tells his story.
I was touring everywhere in French-speaking countries in Africa, even in Central Africa and everything. It was really great. But I had to face the reality of the industry that doesn't really... it's not very structured, so some point you have to do everything on your own and by yourself. So I learned, you know, I was lucky enough to start early, so I learned, you know. Like we say, you learn the hard way.
Nix is a celebrated musician and a winner of multiple Senegalese hip-hop awards. He tours across West Africa and Europe, but the commercial mainstream has never been his path. Instead, he builds his own projects. His latest is La Villa 13 in Dakar. 13 is French for 13. The villa is also home to his studio, where he's working on a new album. He aims to connect hip-hop with music from West and Central Africa. His latest music video was shot in the land of his ancestors, the mystical region of Casamance.
So in this music video, I'm now into problems. Something happened to me, and I don't know where I am. I'm fighting like ghosts at on the beach, and it was cool because we're showing also the culture, you know, in Casamance. Yes, welcome to the villa.
La Villa 13 is also a space for fashion by African designers.
These coats from Yuku is my, you know, I love it. Fashion is part of even hip-hop culture, because hip-hop culture came with, you know, the way you dress and everything, the jeans, the sneakers, the way you wear the shirts, hats and everything. It's light, you know, so it could be a proper coat for Senegal, you know? I love it.
Nix knows how to command attention. Proud, mysterious, contemplative. A mix that has caught the eye of Chanel. The French luxury brand booked him for fashion shows in Tokyo and Paris, even naming him a brand ambassador, a journey that started in Dakar.
So to see Chanel come in here and do this show and also create this vernissage with all those Senegalese that work on those arts and those like fabrics and the way they do it also, it was a good connection to show.
The next stop at La Villa 13 puts art to skin.
Tattoo shop, so he's the tattoo artist, great tattoo artist, like look at his arms, you know, look at everything, art piece.
Nix believes in community, in people who inspire each other. La Villa 13 offers space for many art forms, including a gallery for paintings and sculpture.
To me, to have a space where we can always like create and be together and help each other, you know, that's the goal. Never quit. Always create, always be, you know, part of the story of your country.
Nix takes stories of Senegal into the world, including Berlin. At the IFA Gallery, the Diaspora Wonderland exhibition presents fashion as a means of liberation. It features his short film Virgo, about a man in search of love and connection.
You know, I tell stories through my music, through fashion, film, art, everything. I'm just, and to me, it's important to always have a story behind every art piece.
Nix, rapper, cultural entrepreneur, actor, and film director from Dakar, Senegal. A man who continually rediscovers the art of storytelling.
In Johannesburg, old buildings are usually replaced with new ones, and developer Timothy Salmons always finds a way around them. In front of us are walls that belonged to a house that was built in the 1960s, which was owned by an artist. Timothy, tell us a bit more about it.
So this house was originally owned by a South African-Italian artist named Giuseppe Catania.
Yeah.
He came here and settled in South Africa after World War II, and he was a collaborator with an artist named Eduardo Villa, who's extremely famous.
Yes.
This was the first house that was purchased in the 9 Yards district. So this was the first yard that was bought in 1995. So that's just over 30 years ago.
And the beautiful thing I find quite interesting is that there are no chain restaurants here, no chain shops. It's strictly independent. What is the reason behind that?
Well, I think, when we started with the project, we wanted this to be a showcase of Johannesburg. And that comes in with the architecture, it comes in with the landscaping, but where it really comes to life is in terms of the tenancy. So we wanted it to be a best-in-class showcase for the best operators in Johannesburg. So you won't see any chain stores or any international brands here. When you come here and you want to buy your tomatoes, you want to buy it from the guy that Yarick, or you want to buy your burgers from the burger store that is started in Johannesburg and is local.
We all know Brazil for their carnivals, but this year Lagos is bringing the heat. The Fanti Carnival turns history, music and fashion into one big unforgettable celebration of culture. Let's take a look.
This is not Rio Carnival in Brazil. This is Lagos, Nigeria. Today's an exciting day where we experience color and culture on a whole different level. I'm Bibi Ray, and I am in the heart of Lagos Island at Tafewa Balewa Square attending the Lagos Fanti Carnival.
The Lagos Fanti Carnival traces its roots to Africans who returned from Brazil after enslavement, bringing back not just memories, but culture reshaped across oceans and time.
I feel like it may sound a bit basic, but I think the whole carnival itself makes me feel seen. So I'm from Lagos Island, from the Gomez family. Oh. So we have Afro-Brazilian roots, obviously. It's always like seeing people come to celebrate our culture, Lagos culture. Yes. I know they did the carnival a few years ago, so it's been around for years, like in the 1800s, when the Chinese came back.
Today, 140 years later, a new generation is fighting to keep that story alive.
Come together, celebrate. It is not between the upper class or the lower class. It's everybody. You can see the governor, vice governor, everybody, the school.
David, where did you fly in from?
I'm from Ecuador. I'm really excited. We also have carnival.
Yes.
So, nice music, a lot of colors, dancing, good food, and it's just a celebration of culture, diversity in life. So really excited.
This is more than spectacle. It's identity in motion. The Aguda community fused Afro-Brazilian influence with West African tradition, creating something entirely their own. For Afro-Brazilians in Nigeria, the carnival is not just celebration. It's remembrance, a living connection to ancestors who journeyed far and found their way home.
Like most are my majority God us. Actually, it's our culture, our everything, our culture.
Yet beyond the color and celebration, there's a quieter truth. Preserving this legacy in a rapidly changing Lagos is becoming harder with each passing year. As the time moves forward, the question lingers. Can a tradition survive when fewer people carry its story, and even fewer have the means to sustain it?
Lagos Fanti Carnival actually dates back to 1895, and that was when the very first carnival was held on Lagos Island. Wow! And it's a heritage that was brought back to Lagos by the Afro-Brazilian returnees. Wow. Okay? Fancy and Afro-Brazilian culture heritage is a story of resilience. It's a story of those who came back.
Yeah.
And that's why that story has to be continually told.
Absolutely. Now, what would you say to those that think that perhaps it runs the risk of becoming a museum piece? That is to say that maybe young people are not really interested or adapting with it. What would you say to those people?
Okay, first thing I would say that, look at all these young people here.
There's young people everywhere.
Look at all these young people everywhere, okay?
Yeah.
But I think more than that, I think that if a heritage has been able to be continued from 1895, it shows that it is being handed down.
Yeah.
It is being continued, it is being curated, it is being cultivated.
Yeah.
And that has to be encouraged. Tell the story all the time.
Absolutely, absolutely. How important is it in 2026 that we keep these kind of traditions alive and that something like the Fancy Carnival is not forgotten about it and continues on growing?
Okay, so apparently we've always had Fancy. I remember growing up seeing Fancy. So you know what we have now? It's for us to protect and guide our cultural values.
Yeah.
So our kids can know that yes, Fancy is indeed a place where you can actually learn about your cultural values and learn about the arts and culture.
What story are you trying to tell with your costumes today?
My wings are actually like for you to show and depict the fact that they've given us freedom.
Yes.
So freedom for you to thrive in the political field. So you know, my horse is actually depicting another one that we can actually grow. We don't have to be rebellious. We just have to ensure that we do the right thing. And once we do the right thing, I'm sure that people will actually come on board.
Once at risk of fading, the carnival is finding new life as the younger generation steps forward, reclaiming it and reshaping what it means today. As the Fancy Carnival draws to a close, the vibes are still buzzing. The air is filled with sounds of samba and Afrobeat still echoes in our ears. Now, it's been quite the celebration, I must say. I've learned a lot, I've eaten a whole lot of good food, and my feet hurt from all the dancing. So it's time that I say goodbye. I'll catch you guys next time. Adios.
A place can tell you a lot about the people who built it. This 450-meter promenade right here in 9 Yards was designed by the one and only landscape artist, Patrick Watson. So Patrick, we're literally standing on your work right now. Tell us, what do you want the people to feel when they walk here?
No, it was always going to be a garden center, and it's related to a nursery. So I wanted it to be domestic. You know, it didn't feel like a big shopping center. And then also, it's a collection of plants. It's one of every type of plant. So if you see them here, then you'll order them from the nursery, because it's part of the nursery, you know.
What was the idea behind having the art here as well?
There's a gallery here, and if there's art in the garden, then you can also buy it. And it's also a showroom for art. So it's like a land art.
No, thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rahman, tell us, who walks through that door? What are the customers like?
Everyone. We're a halal, family-orientated restaurant and creative space. Our customers are everyone from young and old, creative to non-creative. Everybody's welcome, everybody's family in our space.
It is such a beautiful green space in the city. Tranquil, calm, with a little bit of its own vibe.
So, does this feel like the Joburg you know? If not, tell us why.
It does. It has a very Joburg vibe.
Yeah.
Very lively and artsy. I really like it.
Okay, and how do you feel about the art that's showcased here? Is it a good reflection of the culture here in Joburg, or?
Oh, definitely. It's very unconventional in a way, very different, not to what I'm used to. So I was really enjoying seeing that.
Joburg is back. It's taken a long time since COVID for Joburg to re-establish itself from a social point of view.
Yeah.
And then it's spaces like 9 Yards, which are spaces which are for the whole family. So you're gonna come here during the day with the kids. You're gonna come here for breakfast, for meetings. You're gonna come and eat Wagyu burgers at Zuni there, which is a world-class cuisine, but it's all happening in one beautiful space.
So during the guided walk, we experienced the outdoor amphitheater of sorts and seeing the live performance there, a real good cultural experience in Rosebank.
From corporate banking to runway, Rebecca Mwandunga is the Zambian designer that is using fashion to turn heritage into something you can wear.
Ever sat at your desk and thought, this can't be my life? Rebecca Mwandunga did, and that moment flipped her whole story. she walked out of SAFE, swapping the banking office for a runway with her name on it.
In my days of banking, I used to wear exciting colors, bright colors. So I would have clients asking me, are you a model? Are you a designer? That was when I realized my world, and I was called to be a designer.
She had the job everyone calls safe. Salary, security, a clear path. But her heart, it was somewhere between fabric rolls and sketchbooks. So she walked away, scared but determined.
With stability, you know at the month end you're going to get the money. But chasing your dreams is like every day is you're living by faith and the miracle, because no matter how you plan and say, I'm gonna make money this week, sometimes it goes dry. And so the passion is what keeps you going.
Fashion in Zambia is booming. The market is projected to hit around $90 million by 2025. But here's the catch. Most of that money flows straight to imported clothes and second-hand racks, not to local designers.
The fashion industry was never taken serious because they used to think fashion is for failures. Until now that they've seen that designers have come up, they're serious, we're having things like shows, awards, and people just want to wear something that is custom made. So usually our fabric, we get them from China, but maybe back to last year, the government is looking into a situation where Mulungushi Textile, which was once in existence and just went down, they are revamping it.
So every time Rebecca prices a dress, she's fighting cheap, fast fashion, tight margins, and supply headaches, trying to prove that handcrafted, Zambia-made pieces are worth more than a quick bargain.
So I had done my research. I have my target market because not everybody wears thrift clothes. Some don't want to do thrift clothes. For example, last year, August, I did a collection called Timeless Bloom, which I targeted our mothers, making something vintage but very fashionable to wear and exciting.
Behind every clean runway look, hours of problem solving, stitching, fixing. But instead of giving up, Rebecca doubled down on craftsmanship, hats, bags, tailored silhouettes, and her work started landing on regional stages, from Windhoek to Addis Ababa.
Zambia!
So when I left the banking world for the fashion world, that was about 2020, 2021, and that was a time when there was COVID. At the same time, my mom had a stroke. After the COVID was managed, it was coming from a sick bed into the runways. Though I managed to go and feature on platforms like Katutura Fashion Week twice, I won the International Fashion Designers Award. And then last year, I managed to do the Ethiopia Addis Ababa at an event called Africa Celebrates in African Union. And my collection, as part of the collection, was Threads of Union. Besides, the song Behind the Runway, I composed it, but AI did the song.
And while she's building a cultural archive, her design's already making waves on national stages.
Whatever Becky puts her hands to, it just somehow comes to life. A piece of cloth, it suddenly takes shape. And once you put it on, it's almost like she sewed it onto your body. You know, it's a very perfect fit onto your body, and it just makes you glow. Well, it did that for me when I wore her two dresses at the Ngoma Awards. And I was the talk of town. You know, it was beautiful to be in those dresses. It was one of those attires when you wear, you don't need anybody to tell you that you look good because you know.
Women drive over 60% of Zambia's MMMEs. Creativity isn't just art, it's economic power. And Rebecca's using hers to open doors.
So young creative, in a world where they are stuck and yet they are creative, follow your dream. Had I been told this when I was a younger me, I think by now I would have done wonders, but it's never too late. So follow your passion, do what you can do as you are doing what you are doing.
If you've got a dream, start where you are. Learn, build, collaborate. As Rebecca Wandunga states, Africa's fashion story needs your chapter.
It's serene, it's beautiful, and made for switching off. And yes, today I'm talking about our dream home. My colleague Palesa Tembe checks into a Stellenbosch estate that you will definitely want to bookmark.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Holidays are meant to be fun, right? Today, Palesa Tembe steps inside a beautifully designed home where you can truly relax, put your feet up, and enjoy a playful take on style.
When it comes to the client brief, were they very specific and particular as to what they were looking for, or did they give you free rein?
The only briefing that I got from the client, and he came to me with the suggestion, is that we should make use of his photographs. Photographs I call actually artwork. It is unbelievable artwork that we've got against the wall. He's a keen photographer, and we've used his photographs to suit the interior of the house and each room.
What was your first step when it came to the design approach with this project?
Comfort, Barley, comfort, where one can feel at home. You taking off your shoes. I love different textures. As you can see, what I've done here is mix the different textures by means of velvets and cottons and linen and viscose in shades of grey and in shades of pink. That was the starting point. And also that tends to see and peek what is going to happen in the other rooms.
Fun throw pillows, cute ottomans mixed in with the more formal pieces. It just works.
What was your approach with the dining room?
The most important room in a house is the dining room because you spend so much time around the table.
Gorgeous, comfy chairs in soft shades of grey. Made for long conversations over fabulous food, second glasses, and losing track of time.
Bali, in the dining room, we've got this magnificent custom-made French oak dining table. And you can sit 10 people, and you can have a look at the legs at the base of the table, how magnificent this table is. And it's such a conversation piece, the dining room, where friends, family are getting together and enjoying life and enjoying dinner.
Creating memories around meals, and that's what it's all about. But I cannot ignore the beautiful chandelier, absolutely stunning.
Yes, exactly. The chandelier, it's hand-picked by myself and the clients, and it is also a conversation piece. It adds a bit of drama. One needs to have drama in a room, and I think the chandelier is doing itself excellent in this regard.
And with being able to celebrate the homeowners' photography with their pictures up on the walls, it kind of feels like an open family album.
Exactly, that's very true.
The client's photography turns this house into a kind of personal gallery. These aren't just pictures, they're memories. Moments frozen in time, and each wall tells a story. They add warmth, character, and a sense of personality to the space.
Oh yes. Now, Christiane, this is a room I see myself kicking back and relaxing in.
I'm glad you like it, Barley. I think it is gorgeous.
This is the unofficial headquarters of Fun, the indoor-outdoor entertainment area. Casual dinner on one side, braai on the other, pool action in full view. If there's a party happening in this house, this is where it's at. Plus, it's right next to the kitchen, so easy access to those snacks and drinks. And if you think the downstairs is colorful, upstairs turns the dial right up.
Christiane, moving upstairs, I'm already sensing a different vibe when it comes to the house. What was your design approach up here?
The best is upstairs. Color-wise, use color in abundance. And the wallpaper pops into this room. It speaks for itself. It's one of my special bedrooms.
Every bedroom has its own personality, wrapped in beautiful wallpaper and touch-me textures that feel indulgent and inviting. If sleep had a dress code, this would be it. Designed to be enjoyed, this is a luxury that doesn't ask you to tiptoe around. Isn't this what all holidays should feel like?
From this new green corner in Johannesburg to the rhythm of Lagos, we hope you enjoy the show. Check us out on our socials for more. As for myself, I'm going to explore the rest of this place. Till next time, goodbye.
I believe we have good coaches.
Former Nigerian international Garba Lawal has traced some of the problems confronting the Super Eagles to lack of role models and commitment to wearing the national colors.
Why people are still talking about us, even before me, my seniors, because of the legacies. But I keep on asking myself, are these players ready to leave legacies when they stop playing? Before I came to Super Eagles, I always, my mentors, late Huda Lawal when I was very young, 80s, I always admired the way he plays, and later on Rashid Akini. But before I came to Super Eagles, I made sure I know the importance of the shirt first.
According to the former Julius Berger player, the present Super Eagles players must brace up to the challenges of being a national team player or stay out.
I keep on asking myself, do we have the right players? Okay, we have the right players, but what about the organization of the players as to play together? But I don't see that. We keep on asking ourselves, are we having the right coaches or not? We keep on appointing coaches. Mr. A will go, Mr. B will come. It's the same players we are using. And in the case of using the foreign players, we're all using foreign players, but we still don't have the result. So it's disturbing. Whenever Super Eagles play game, after the game in Kaduna, the next day I go out, people will start asking questions. Are you not lecturing these boys how to play football? I said, I'm not the coach. No, well, we are not. We know we are not the coach, but don't you dare see when you are playing? I said, well, I don't know, because we follow mentorship. But I don't think if they follow the same mentorship.
Reacting to the recent meeting between the Super Eagles players and the president of the Nigeria Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, Lawal says it was right for the president to look in the eyes of the players and tell them how Nigerian football fans feel about their performance in recent days.
And I'm happy the way the current president says after that Guinea game. He said, no commitment, no playing. I agree with him. Because if you don't have commitment, there's no way you come in and give result. What was the result? That you lose at home, you win away. You already destroyed the home record. It's better you win at home and lose away. To me, that's where I saw it, because normally away game we know it's 50-50. Maybe win, maybe draw. But what about our home games? The home game must win game. But really, I don't see that happening. But I agree with the current president that he says, no commitment, no playing.
The Super Eagles broke the heart of millions of football fans in Nigeria following their non-qualification for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, crashing out at the round of 16 at the 2021 Nations Cup in Cameroon, and their 1-0 defeat in the hands of the White Dogs of Guinea-Bissau en route the 2023 African Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. Omofoma Ebari, AIT News, Abuja.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform, the program that runs simultaneously on Repa Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anokwe. It's the very last edition for the week, and we're here to give you updates on top political stories, development, and issues accompanied by deep analysis. Now, just the electoral process has been thrown into some fresh legal uncertainty following two separate judgments by the Court of Appeal that appear to take contrasting positions on the path of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, ahead of the 2027 general election. Now, you know, in the run-up to this election, there were a multiplicity of cases in courts at the Federal High Court challenging the powers of INEC to set limits for dates, for party membership and period of conduct of party primaries, and some parties went to court to challenge it. Now, the Court of Appeal yesterday gave judgment on these two issues, contrasting issues, you may call it. In the first judgment, a three-member panel of the Court of Appeal overturned an earlier ruling of the Federal High Court that had nullified portions of INEC revised timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 elections. The appellate court held that INEC acted within the powers granted to it by the Constitution and the Electoral Act in issuing the guidelines for the conduct of the elections. The lead judgment delivered by Justice Adebukola Banjoko and read by Justice Okonabang ruled that the trial court erred by interfering with INEC's administrative discretion. The court maintained that INEC possesses the constitutional authority to organize and conduct elections, and that there was no evidence that the U Party, which challenged the timetable, had been prevented from conducting its primaries or participating in the electoral process. However, in what has generated widespread debate, another three-member panel of the Court of Appeal, also sitting in Abuja, delivered a separate judgment striking down certain sections of the Electoral Act, especially Section 77 and Section 84. The court held that the provisions which regulate political party membership, registers, and the nomination of candidates for election are inconsistent with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution and are therefore unconstitutional. The controversy stems from an earlier judgment delivered on May 20, 2026 by Justice Mohammed Omar of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which voided INEC's revised timetable for the 2027 election. The trial court held that the timelines fixed by INEC for political parties to submit membership registers, conduct primary elections, and submit candidates' names exceeded the Commission's powers under the Electoral Act. So very conflicting or confusing legal issues up for discussions today. So we have a lawyer who has been part of these cases that will explain everything for us, break it down for easier comprehension. We'll be Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform, the program that runs simultaneously on Repa Radio and African Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anokwe. It's the very last edition for the week, and we're here to give you updates on top political stories, development, and issues accompanied by deep analysis. Nigeria's electoral process has been thrown into some fresh legal uncertainty following two separate judgments by the Court of Appeal that appear to take contrasting positions on the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, ahead of the 2027 general election. Now, you know, in the run-up to this election, there were a multiplicity of cases in courts at the Federal High Court challenging the powers of INEC to set limits for dates, for party membership and period of conduct of party primaries, and some parties went to court to challenge it. Now, the Court of Appeal yesterday gave judgment on these two issues, contrasting issues, you may call it. In the first judgment, a three-member panel of the Court of Appeal overturned an earlier ruling of the Federal High Court that had nullified portions of INEC revised timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 elections. The appellate court held that INEC acted within the powers granted to it by the Constitution and the Electoral Act in issuing the guidelines for the conduct of the elections. The lead judgment delivered by Justice Adebukola Banjoko and read by Justice Okonabang ruled that the trial court erred by interfering with INEC's administrative discretion. The court maintained that INEC possesses the constitutional authority to organize and conduct elections, and that there was no evidence that the U Party, which challenged the timetable, had been prevented from conducting its primaries or participating in the electoral process. However, in what has generated widespread debate, another three-member panel of the Court of Appeal, also sitting in Abuja, delivered a separate judgment striking down certain sections of the Electoral Act, especially Section 77 and Section 84. The court held that the provisions which regulate political party membership registers and the nomination of candidates for election are inconsistent with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution and are therefore unconstitutional. The controversy stems from an earlier judgment delivered on May 20, 2026 by Justice Mohammed Omar of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which voided INEC's revised timetable for the 2027 election. The trial court held that the timelines fixed by INEC for political parties to submit membership registers, conduct primary elections, and submit candidates' names exceeded the Commission's powers under the Electoral Act. So very conflicting or confusing legal issues up for discussions today. So we'll have a lawyer who has been part of these cases that will explain everything for us, break it down for easier comprehension. We'll be joined by Salif Oguche Usman, as I told you, one of the lawyers that has been part of the case. The cases definitely will get to the Supreme Court. We will also take a look at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, which has said it will conduct a comprehensive audit of its electoral technology systems and a mock presidential election ahead of the 2027 general election. This is to test the reliability of its processes and technology. A statement posted on INEC's official page says the proposals were under consideration by the Commission and were informed by concerns arising from the 2023 general election, particularly with issue of election technology. Talk of IREF. My colleagues, as usual, are with me on this program. We have Uju Eje, we have Shola Jaisimi, and indeed Mustafa Mohammed. Welcome to the program. INEC says it will conduct a mock election, because part of the reasons it gave for the failure of IREF for presidential election was that it did not conduct a nationwide mock elections to test IREF, its reliability across the nation. It only did for federal constituencies, and so they ran into problems. Perhaps to prevent a recurrence of such problems, INEC has said this time around, not just for IREC, not just for its technology, but for the entire processes of accreditation, voting, and also transmission of results.
I think that INEC, if well intended, is in the right. I mean, anything that would guarantee credible, fair elections is what Nigerians are seeking. If everything is aimed at ensuring that the process goes without all the glitches that are yet to be explained to Nigerians, without all the glitches of 2023, then it is good. Let them test the equipment, let them test the technology, so that we don't hear strange English after the 2027 English. So let them go ahead, but let it not be the other way. Some persons have said some funny things between yesterday and today, but again, I think there's really nothing wrong in that if it will help improve the electoral process.
Well, Mr. Professor Josh Amogbito and all his team, national commissioners, RECs, administrative secretaries in all the states, local government, electoral officers, all of them who have a responsibility at this time, whose all eyes will be on them as they continue this process towards the general elections, and know that they need to get the support of Nigerian people. So everything that needs to be done so that we don't have these glitches. The other person who was there before Amogbito, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, he's now Nigeria's ambassador in, is it Qatar or somewhere here? You know, he's done his own part. He spoke about the glitches. So Professor Amogbito shouldn't ride on that kind of glitch. Do everything you need to do. That ICT
he
department.
He promised while he was being screened.
That's what, yes, by the Senate.
Glitches will be a thing of the past.
Beautiful. So we're going to hold him by what he has said. Because his predecessor also said everything is ready.
He made several promises.
True. So as we look at all of them, because all eyes will be on Prof, who is the one at the helm of affairs, he has the commissioners. The Department for ICT, I want to say it with all sense of responsibility. Whoever the current director is, even his name now, we should know it. Nigeria should be familiar so that we can begin to call him Mr.
He's
Lakaja.
a pastor.
Sir?
He's a pastor.
Even if he's an imam, the responsibility is on him now that all your ICT skills, yourself and all your lieutenants, if you're going to have consultants in ICT, in AI, whatever, ensure that you do the needful. So I'm going to find out his name so that, you know, I can be mentioning his name regularly on the program. Mr. So-and-so.
You want to put him under pressure?
Not under pressure. In the spotlight. You know, when someone is an actor, you don't want you to be in the back where the clear lights won't be on you. You want to put those lights on you so that you know that, everybody is looking at what I'm doing. I need to get the job done.
Most times it's not the personality. It's about capacity.
Can you detach personality from capacity?
Definitely. You can love somebody so much like the late Muhammadu Buhari, and you put him in there, you spend 8 years and you didn't fulfill your promises. But
it was said that he had integrity, but no capacity.
And then a lot of people stole money, like Malami, whose property were confiscated by the court.
They didn't say he stole money. The legal terms is that the properties were acquired not through legal means. So that's what they
English is a beautiful language.
said.
Doctor, English is a beautiful language.
Yes.
You can use several other nomenclatures. You can even put icing on the dung of a cow. And
you know, we can only say he's
but
from after a criminal conviction. That was a
when you had a final forfeiture of properties. Something led to that, so let's not forget about that.
Yes, well, the criminal matter is still on. Let's wait for it.
You can appeal against the final forfeiture, but we shouldn't digress from what we are discussing. When we are talking about capacity, It's not the personality of being sheikh, pastor, imam, bishop, deacon, this and that. That does not matter. Even Amopiton, the senior advocate of Nigeria, a professor, a lecturer, that does not make you a proficient and efficient electoral administrator. With all the doubts about his personality, whether he can do it right or not, he had the time to prove to Nigerians. I don't believe in promises of political appointees or politically exposed appointees and others. Nigeria had several elections in the past 30, 40 years. The June 12th election was the most credible in recent years, if you think that period in the 90s to date is closer to us now. Therefore, Nigerians are looking for who will actually beat the record of the June 12th election in terms of credibility. We have seen these electronic machines fail. It has even failed the former President Goodluck Jonathan because he doesn't care who is there. Secondly, those machines must be tested. It's not about
this is Beavers now.
Yeah,
that was card reader, and we were told that Beavers is an improvement on
it's
card
not
reader.
An SSC or WIPE or NECO that you start talking about, or IJMB that you start talking about mock election. Are you going to shut down the entire country with its economy and whatever because you want to carry out
No, they won't do that.
election?
Just select.
So what I'm saying is that, number one, the kind of the kind of machines we are procuring. Number two, which network are you going to use? Are you going to use the current service providers that have gone worse from the bad, that the NCC has gone to sleep? Even in parts of Abuja, some of these networks cannot work for data and voice call, somebody cannot hear you.
Or they are going to rely on satellite.
Or are you going to bring Starlink all over to provide services? I'm saying this because Nigerians cannot afford to have a very bad election. I also hope and wish that the NCC boss is hearing. I'm surprised the president has not fired him for not forcing those service providers to give us.
Dr. Mewada?
Yes. It doesn't matter who his name is.
No, I'm saying that in public office, let's attach names to those offices. It helps us.
You see, for over 6 months, we are having very bad networks. And now election is
You want to heap all the blame on the head of the chief executive of the NCC?
Exactly.
You don't think it's beyond him?
How? Okay, see, you are regulating these people. They even had town halls in the past to hear from beneficiaries. Yeah. But what happened in the past 6 months? Just travel to Cotonou, Togo, Niger, our neighbors here, or even Chad. As poor as some of these countries are, their networks is superb.
So what INEC can learn, because it's a learning curve, and I love what INEC is doing. Because when they said they are going to test their processes to not just integrity, the stress test.
Yes.
It tells you that indeed the commission is on the right track. Because like I said earlier, the IREV was not subjected to nationwide tests before 2023. So they are going to the technology, all of them, Beavers, IREV, name it, then the processes. But more importantly, what about the personnel? That's why I was happy when this issue of integrity and character and competence came in. Because if you have capacity and you don't have integrity, it amounts to naught. Or you have integrity, you don't have capacity, it also amounts to naught. Now, INEC in this exercise must also ensure that as it's going through this mock process, it has to study the attitude, the character of its personnel. Because that I know is not just INEC, there will be ad hoc staff. Yeah. They have to factor it in, because one personnel can torpedo the entire process. They've not told us what really caused the glitch in 2023. They have not told us at what point did they occur, with a view to identify who was responsible. Point. And one mistake INEC must avoid going forward is this period of, if there's any infraction by his personnel, they will promise they will investigate. And after that, it ends. They don't come out, you raise it yesterday, the outcome of the investigation, now, who did what and what punishments were meted out.
But you see, there's something that the INEC has not been talking about. One recurring dismal in most of the recent elections is about logistics. You always find places where those electoral materials don't get there on time. When other places have finished accreditation, the voters are voting, some people are still waiting. What about this logistics? In the past, we have, in the logistics, even the Air Force delivering sensitive material. They have been warehoused on arrival at the central banks of Nigeria, and so many other efforts, other agencies are also helping. But this recurrent dismal, have they studied why electoral materials have not been arriving in some places on time? What did they plan to do about these things? And then the background check on many other ad hoc officials they are bringing in beyond the youth corps members. We've done several elections since 1999. I used to ask myself questions. Why is it that we find it difficult to get it right most times? It's just like the Hajj Commission that every year people go to Hajj. Every year you find problems of flight, people being abandoned.
And every election cycle, you see problems of late arrival of electoral materials. And it's not just a problem of logistics. You know of suppression of votes. Sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's institutional.
Sabotage.
To delay the arrival of electoral materials and officials in an area that a certain candidate or a certain political party is dominant, to suppress votes there.
Let me give you one funny example that happened in your state, Anambra State. One of the kingpins of Anambra politics, in fact, the most popular one you know, I won't mention the name here, was contesting that election. And so they said they would give him his own treatment. Do you know that electoral materials did not appear in his own polling booth until around 2 in the afternoon, 2 p.m. before they had electoral materials, and just 1 hour to end the process. And you know,
by 2 you're not on the queue, you're not supposed to vote.
And that was when the electoral
extends.
This one, I was there, that was near Peter, after Peter Obi's area, I think Oga or something, that area, I was there, so it's not like somebody told me. And then these things happen. You find that most times these things are also orchestrated by politicians. You find some of these ad hoc stuff are also planted by politicians, and they do these things, in arrangement with some, of the officials, of course, who are not straightforward. So we have this, and you may also expect it in some other elections. And as we were talking, the issue of integrity in whatever we do, in whatever methods we adopt, in whatever equipment we use, is what should be foremost in this 2027 elections. Having integrity. Integrity of the process must be ensured. As he was talking and mentioned Professor Mahmoud Yakub, I remembered, the promises. He kept promising and repeating promises. And I just remembered Macbeth, if you did literature, where, the witches now came to Macbeth, when Macbeth was so confident. And they said that about, and he said, accursed be the tongue that tells me so. For it has cowed my better part of man. And be these juggling fiends no more believed, that partner with us in a double sense, that speak the word of promise to our hearts and break it to our hope.
Wow, what a memory.
Yes, I tend to remember some of these things. So they speak the word of promise to our hearts and break it to our hope. And that is what we have seen over time. Everyone comes and promises excellent process. And what do we get at the end of the day? Excuses.
So what we need to do, like those of us who are in the media, we need to spotlight officers at various levels. We know that Professor Mukpiton is the one at the helm. National commissioners who will be deployed to the various geopolitical zones. I think they have 12 national commissioners. The state recs, administrative secretaries, local government officers who are in charge of the various local governments. These are persons that, as much as possible, the media must begin to put a face to them. Shola Jaisimi, Ikorodu, local government area electoral officer for INEC. We put the face there so that we know. So that when you perform well, we will give you the kudos, we'll tick you. If you don't perform well, the Nigerian people, that constituency, they know who you are. I'm not calling it a name and shame strategy, but I'm going to say, look, we put you out there so that you can get the props and you know that, look, I need to do my best as somebody who has been given an assignment by this country for the votes of the people to count. Even core members, because at times you get to a polling unit, a core member who is serving this nation begins to act like as if he or she is the alpha and omega for the next 24 hours, speaking to people anyhow. And when you pick up your phone and say, look, I'm going to record what you're doing here, they pick offense. So they should, as young as they may be, because they are at least 30 years
They're part of the system. They grew out of the system.
Yeah, 30 and below. So we should let them realize that all eyes are on them. And the Nigerian people must be very vigilant. Anybody who wants to circumvent the process, as best as you can, because this World Cup brought something to the fore. You see someone's phone just zooming to the pitch, and it's like as if the camera is just by the pitch. So if your, your tablet, your phone, if they say, official says, let your devices not be so and so, stay as far as you can, zoom into what you think is happening that is illegit, and put it out there for social media and the police to deal with. That way people will know that all eyes are on them.
And then the other question I would love to ask is, we have hundreds of thousands or even a few million in the IDP camps as a result of the social strife in the country. Whether you are talking about part of Benue, Plateau, Borno, Adamawa, Kaduna, Zamfara, Katsina State, what has the INEC done or planned to do as regards to these hundreds of thousands of voters who have been displaced? Do they have any plan to trace and make those voters be part of the next general election? Or are they going to wish them away because they are displaced? Of course, I will also have to admit the fact that the size of the country is so large. The tax before INEC is so enormous. But INEC should learn from...
Have they received all their money? Because at some point, we know, from what we hear, sometimes government of the day delay transfer of funds to INEC to confer some advantages, despite the fact that INEC is on first line charge. INEC must not be begging for funds. They must never be begging for funds.
But they have always been preferred, even by the National Assembly.
What I'm trying to say is, as an institution, they can also award contracts for example, the printing of their ballot boxes, the printing of their ballot papers and what have you. These are contracts that can be awarded without even waiting for the government to pay them the money they need for logistics. That is also not an excuse that why government is not paying. And if it's a first line charge, the finance minister and the central bank governor to tell Nigerians why the monies these people need for the general election exercise has not been paid. They should not be treated like the contractors in the country who will always carry placard to the finance ministry or National Assembly.
Not just placards, they are carrying coffins this time around.
Placards and coffins that they are owing banks, some
caskets,
have their companies funded up before. So we shouldn't treat the Electoral Commission that way.
So what we all need to do is also get the spotlight on, Mustafa has mentioned, the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, where the money is, so that they can also give periodic updates. By the time Professor Mukpito and a couple of his commissioners get to the villa, because we know the thread, we know how these things happen, they go and brief the president, this is where we are. At times, National Assembly committees on electoral reforms and all that call them to ask how you're faring. So all of us, Nigerian people, Nigerian media, Nigerian civil society, even international civil society can also help us. Look, in all honesty, the same way, these cameras are on me now, I'm looking at it, I'm speaking, the cameras of everybody should be on all those who are involved, unless we forget the security agencies. Because no matter how we do everything, logistics are in place. If they don't help the process, The people who
we
try
should
to
beam
second
searchlights on them.
They would like
Talking
to
of the INEC chairman going to brief the president, as a reporter in the State House for about 10 years, I see numerous successive INEC chairmen come to brief the president. And I will think, brief a president who's a player in a contest you're going to officiate. Yes, so sometimes they come to plead for funds and all that. Should the INEC chairman not be briefing the National Assembly on Nigerians?
No.
Perhaps we have to study what the law says, what the Constitution says, what the Electoral Act says to determine the extent to which INEC, its chairman or the board, can interface with the executive who are partisan and all that.
You see, when you talk like this, it reminds us about the agitation by some people that these persons into these sensitive areas should not be appointees of the president, that they should be appointed by independent bodies or other bodies, but not those who may be directly involved in contest. You know, people have been saying that exactly. You see, because in this case, whether they are appointees of the president or not, they need to get to the president to collect what they want. And as for the National Assembly, yes, they do come to the National Assembly. In fact, one thing the National Assembly does in any election year is to grant INEC almost every request that, in fact, it is done with fiat. They have ad hoc committees that attend to that. Anything INEC wants towards any election is granted speedily. So why the releases are not commensurate is something I do not understand.
There are some institutions that report to the National Assembly by law. Public Complaints Commission, Auditor General of the Federation, ICPC, even EFCC. They're supposed to send annual reports to the National Assembly. So we should encourage where such interface between the government and these agencies should be less with the president and more with elected representatives, because in the National Assembly you have people from different political parties as members and others, so it throws open issues of transparency and accountability. I'm talking about suppression of votes. Since 1999, whenever we cover elections, the first report from our correspondents on the field will be, late arrival of electoral materials.
Well, is it a general thing across?
It's become general.
No, because what I found out is that as we progressed with our various series of elections, the percentage with regards to late arrival has gradually reduced.
Yes, it's reducing, but there are. It can be eliminated. Yaga Africa did a report just after 2023 election. I will look for that report and will share with our listeners and viewers. They listed areas because they deploy observers and agents across the length and breadth of the country. They listed areas where materials and officials arrive late. And do you know, the place that was hard hit was the southeast. So this is an explanation INEC should give. Why should a particular region of the country witness the biggest
disappointment
of later? Are
logistics.
these mere coincidence, or is it a premeditated attempt to disenfranchise the people and suppress votes? These are issues we'll continue to raise. Let's go for a break. When we come back, the two judgments from Court of Appeal that appear to place duration on the Electoral Act as against the powers of INEC. We'll be deliberating on that. We also have a lawyer who has been part of one of the cases that will join us to give perspectives. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse.
The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypa Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Gender Agenda is where policy meets people. It's a bold policy literacy platform bridging the gap between decision makers and women across every sector. From parliament to politics, from leadership to governance, from peace to economy, development, human rights, from Nigeria to the rest of Africa, Gender Agenda amplifies voices too often excluded, ensuring every voice counts. Through compelling storytelling, social impact dialogue, thought-provoking documentaries, town halls that lean on data and research, we raise the bar. Gender Agenda, every Friday, 4:30 p.m. on AIT and on AIT's YouTube channel live.
My name is Adora Sydney Jack, and this is Gender Agenda.
Gender Agenda, women rising.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thank you so much for staying with us, and apologies for the long break. We needed to get hold of our guest, Barrister Salifu Oguche Usman,
who is held by traffic but is gradually making his way to the studio here. He will be weighing in on 2 judgments from the Court of Appeal yesterday, all in Abuja from Abuja Division, delivered by separate panels of the Court of Appeal in Abuja. They addressed different legal issues and reached different conclusions on the Electoral Act as it relates to powers of INEC to conduct the election. Where does the power of INEC end? Where does the regulation and regulatory powers and authority of INEC end? Where does the powers of the political parties start in terms of provisions in the Electoral Act and provisions of the Constitution? If you recall, the judgment delivered by Justice Adebukola Banjoko and read by Justice Ukona Bang focused on INEC's administrative powers. The court upheld the Commission's authority to issue election guidelines and timelines, ruling that INEC acted within the powers granted to it by the Constitution and the Electoral Act. It held that the courts should not interfere with INEC's administrative discretion while it acts lawfully. The second judgment, in contrast, delivered by a panel of justices led by Justice Bilkisu Aliyu, focused on constitutional rights of political parties. Okay, one talked about Electoral Act and powers of INEC to issue guidelines and, of course, flowing from administrative powers to constitutional rights of political parties by the second judgment. The Justice Aliyu judgment struck down Section 75, subsection 5, 6, 7, and Section 84, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2006, holding that those provisions unlawfully restricted the autonomy of political parties by dictating how they should conduct their primaries and manage their membership registers. So by implication, the amended Electoral Act 2026 passed by the National Assembly as far as these provisions are concerned, 77 and 784, are illegal and so should remain null and void, according to the appeal court. According to the court, the Constitution, not the Electoral Act, determines the powers of political parties and qualifications for candidates. The argument is that the Constitution has already made provisions for this, powers of political parties and qualification for candidates. So any attempt to do otherwise using the Electoral Acts is null and void, because the Electoral Act, or indeed any act of the Parliament, any law made by the Parliament, made by the National Assembly, is inferior to the Constitution, which is the ground norm.
Now, I was confused when I read the 2 judgments. What readily came to my mind was that all those actions undertaken by INEC and political parties which are contrary to this judgment, are they null and void? Will the parties go back to the drawing board and carry out another series of activities such as primaries?
Correct.
INEC, you know, the judgment says INEC has the powers to run its administrative actions such as drawing timetable, fixing dates of elections, and what have you. What comes or what becomes of all the actions taken by political parties and the Independent National Electoral Commission? These judgments are confusing. They need further interpretation and explanations.
Yeah, or maybe clarification, at least when the lawyer comes in, will tell us what exactly this is all about, because for me it's confusing. In one breath, you're giving INEC, or retaining the powers of INEC to come up with guidelines and timelines for election and for the process. That's the Justice, the one read by Justice Abang.
Yes, okay.
You know, and then the one by
focused on the Electoral Act and the administrative powers of INEC. But the other one talked about some provisions of the Electoral Act that are inconsistent with the Constitution.
I know what you're talking about. I mean, sections 77 and 84.
Absolutely.
But what I am saying is, in the light of what we're looking at now, this current process, because the other judgment of the High Court was to the extent that parties are free to further extend the processes for their primaries, you know, unlike the timeline set by INEC that was restricting parties and infringing on their constitutional rights. Now this one says INEC has that power. The other one also says the provisions in the Electoral Act is trying to infringe on the powers of political parties to freely conduct their primaries. Can't you see? I mean, there's some confusion here because in the face of the current process, you know, and the activities carried out by parties and INEC so far, there needs to be more clarification.
Yes, Mustafa Mohammed raised it.
Yes.
Which one should we rely on? For instance,
exactly.
If they say the period of nomination is this point, INEC said May 30, and they shoot down those provisions in the Electoral Act. Which one should apply now, considering that some parties still carried out nomination after that, based on the earlier High Court judgment?
Like we've mentioned on the program, whatever powers INEC has, INEC can still use discretion to be able to look at certain things. The aspect of its guidelines, it's not cast in stone. INEC guidelines are subject to the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act is subject to the Constitution. So if we arrange it along this line, we'll know where we stand.
It makes it clearer.
Very, very clear. So even as we expect the opinion and view of our guest who is expected to join us, we should just continue to encourage the judiciary to not give conflicting judgments. In my view,
confusing ones.
Yes, this is not conflicting in my view. You know, I mean,
it's just an interpretation.
Exactly, and that's why
by learned minds.
And that's why we in the media must be very, very detailed and careful, because at times the pointing is coming to us that we pick a particular part and we run with that part, like as if that's what it is. So the element of balance in interpretation, we must continue to be very, very deliberate, painstaking, and getting all the sides to whatever the judgment is and pushing them out there.
For
that's
comprehension by our
by those who listen. Because
I think Shola was very right in establishing all the rules, laws, and constitutional provision. You have the Constitution, which is the ground norm. You have the Electoral Act that should flow from the Constitution, that should not deviate from the Constitution. But the court, the second appeal court judgment is saying the Electoral Act section 77 subsections and 84 with the subsections deviated from the Constitution. So it shouldn't. You also have the electoral guidelines and rules for the conduct of the election. These are administrative powers of INEC based as a regulator, which the courts, including the Supreme Court, have also told us must flow from not just the Constitution, but also the Electoral Act. If it doesn't, it's null and void. For instance, the Supreme Court said the IREV, transmission of results, is not in the Electoral Act for 2023. It was contained in the conduct and rules for election, and the court said is inferior. If you want it in our electoral system, you must infuse it into the Electoral Act. That's why attempts were made to include it during the last.
And then beyond that,
did we succeed in including it?
But with provisor. and then those are those provisors.
Those sections that the justices knock out of the act because they are inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And of course, everybody knows that any law, any provision, any act that is inconsistent with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, of course, is invalid to the extent of its inconsistency.
Yes.
You know, one thing about our laws is that they are subject to interpretations. When there are controversies, people go to the courts to get interpretations and judgment. I think what just happened at the courts should be a guiding light for the elections. The biggest problem, however, as at the moment, is the elections from the very moment now. You are talking about 4, 5, 6 months, and whatever judicial issues that we have should be able to be sorted out and then give us the guiding light that we don't have to go for election and then some pre-election matters come, some judgments are reviewed, and some actions are invalidated.
Let me provide some information here. Section 77 deals with the timeline provided in the Electoral Act for political parties to submit membership register. So the court here is saying that it is not right, that it interferes with the internal affairs of the parties.
Yes.
So INEC giving a time frame for which political parties must submit their membership register, that it erodes the ability of these parties to manage their internal affairs. It doesn't remove the fact that timeline exists. They already mentioned, they're already giving mentions in the statutes and the Electoral Act, as it were.
Shall I say something that INEC can, even in the face of a current process, because I'm just looking at this current process, do something, but then that will be discretionary. And if INEC does anything that is discretionary, the parties may not have legal rights or legal muscle to challenge such action. It will just be purely discretionary. And that's why we need further interpretation, like Mustafa has said, and this interpretation has come urgently.
But it throws up one thing, Shola Jaisimi. The amendment of this Electoral Act was less of patriotism, but more of partisanship. Now, when a National Assembly makes a law and the courts begins to strike them down, it raises the issue of sincerity. If you use your powers and you use your majority in the National Assembly to make laws, not for good governance and welfare of Nigeria, but for peculiar interest, then it speaks volumes about your statesmanship. But good enough, the courts are there for people who are aggrieved to challenge those obnoxious provisions.
But some other members raised objections to some of the provisions of the Electoral Act. They were in the minority. Some of them were even blacklisted because of it. I remember, did Ireti Kingibe not raise concerns? But yes, there were other lawmakers that did too. And at the end of the day, the majority had their way, and the court is now having its own way.
So that's why that aspect of contestation for seats in the National Assembly is very important. All eyes will always be on the executive positions. But there are some countries where the president doesn't even have majority in the federal legislature. And he knows he or she will have an uphill task in pushing through things that are seemingly partisan for his or her party, and things that are for his own personal, progress and all of that. So that contestation for seats in the National Assembly is what Nigerian people must also look at. When you're seemingly focused on a presidential seat, who is the president? How about the person who will represent your federal constituency in the House of Representatives? How important? Or you love the face of Mr. A, who is of so-and-so party, then when you get to the polling unit and you're giving those three, ballot papers, presidential, Senate, and House, you just don't print the same political party.
Shola, you're talking about...
So that's why it's important. And that's why we must have a scenario. Like in the last presidential election, I with all humility, I voted, two different political parties. I voted for someone else for the presidency, and in the Senate and House, I scrutinized who are these persons. I checked their antecedents.
Do you want the bandwagon effect?
Exactly, and I voted two separate persons. Two persons who have different political parties for the National Assembly seat, and someone else for the presidency. So it's not carry go.
Your viewers will want to know who you voted for in the presidency. He needs to tell his viewers who he voted for. Whether he voted for Tinubu or Peter Obi. But going beyond that, the biggest question you would love to ask us most times is, how politically informed are our electors to make very informed choices? In the past, the electorate have been voting for various people to go to the National Assembly, and those of them, once they win the vote and they relocate to Abuja, they hardly go back and engage with their electorates who are down there at the grassroots. They hardly go and discuss national issues. So basically, when they come to the National Assembly, they are looking for how they will line up their pockets, because the political offices in Nigeria are very, very attractive. The political offices, people come very poor, they make a lot of money. So I think there is need for our electorates to become politically informed. The person you sent to the National Assembly, is he there warming seats, or is he there delivering the deliverables? And have he been going back to report back to their constituencies and senatorial districts?
Well, there's something, an important point Mustafa raised earlier, and I raised it days or weeks back when the High Court delivered judgment on provisions of this Electoral Act. I said it would throw up confusion. Now, at the end of the day, which one should apply? Should we apply the law as amended?
Elected Labour leader set to become UK Prime Minister on Monday. Battle rages as US strikes Iran and Tehran hits back at American allies in the Gulf. And India launches first hydro-powered train in clean energy push. Hello again, welcome to the World News. My name is Sadiat Dusumu. Now we begin the world news with politics in the United Kingdom, where Andy Burnham was about 4 hours ago elected as leader of the ruling Labour Party and is now poised to replace Keir Starmer as the new Prime Minister. The former mayor of Greater Manchester, Burnham, has said he is more than ready to lead the United Kingdom. Our foreign editor, news editor Shola Jaismi has the reports.
Andy Burnham is now third-time lucky in his desire to be the leader of the UK Labour Party. He ran for Labour's leadership in 2010, coming in fourth, and again in 2015, doing better, coming second in that loss to Jeremy Corbyn. Fast forward 11 years, the 56-year-old is unopposed and gets the Labour Party leadership, and it takes him straight to the top job, the Prime Ministership of the United Kingdom. At an event in central London, held to affirm his election by the Labour Party, Burnham, who said he joined the party in his mid-teens, said he is raring to go.
This change today is the most significant change moment in our politics for 40 years. It will take us to a country where life is more affordable and all people and places are lifted from where they are now.
He has still not been sparing of what he called an unusual situation during the 2 years of Keir Starmer's premiership.
We won't beat Britain's new right if we are consumed by infighting and pulling in different directions. That is, and always has been, an indulgence that falls heaviest on the people who need Labour most.
So, till Monday, when he takes over as the country's leader, and outlines what his team of ministers would look like, and more importantly, his policies and how he will implement them for the British people. Shola Jaisimi, AIT News.
The United States hit Iran on Friday, with Iran accusing U.S. forces of striking civilians' sites and drawing Iranian threats of reprisal on regional infrastructure. A battle over the strategic Strait of Hormuz has rekindled the war in the Middle East, and the foes have traded fire for 6 days running.
The U.S. military reported hitting dozens of Iranian military targets in response to attacks on commercial shipping. Its latest strike after a preliminary deal with Iran fell apart. Earlier on Friday, Iran announced attacks on an airport and railway station in Iran and strikes on 2 bridges that killed 7 people. The renewed fighting comes a month after the signing of a preliminary deal that aimed to end the conflict. which broke out in late February with massive US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Both the foes have been trading attacks as Iran claims control over the waterway key to the global oil supply, despite it being open to free passage before the war. Tehran had already warned it would target infrastructure across the region if US President Donald Trump followed through on a threat to attack power, plants and bridges in Iran, though the White House said he remained open to diplomacy. The Islamic Republic responded to the apparent US attacks on its infrastructure with strikes on US allies in the Gulf. Qatar and Kuwait said Friday they were responding to missile attacks. Journalists in the Qatari capital Doha hearing several blasts. In Bahrain, Tehran targeted US helicopters and planes at air base in response to the enemy's hostile action in targeting urban infrastructure and innocent people. Iranian media state reported. The Gulf nation urged citizens to take shelter and said that a siren had been sounded. The attacks came a day after Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they struck a U.S. air base in Jordan with ballistic missiles in response to what they described as an American attack near a children's cancer hospital near Havas in the southwest. Iranian state media said the hospital was evacuated following U.S. airstrikes on the area that Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqir slammed as barbaric. A senior Iranian military spokesperson called for the U.S. to withdraw from the region, saying, "We will never back down over the Strait of Hormuz," State TV reported. The Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping route for the world's oil, was briefly reopened after the US-Iran deal in June. But Iran said last week it will be closed again until the US ends its aggression. The United States has also reimposed its blockade of Iran's ports. On Thursday, the American military said forces had boarded a ship in the Gulf of Oman to ensure full compliance, adding that 3 vessels had been redirected since the blockade resumed. Pakistan's Foreign Office spokesperson Tahir Andrabi said Islamabad would continue to encourage all sides to end violence and resume technical level talks. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, it helped mediate last month. But Iran's top negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Galbaf, has warned that a deal only has meaning when its clauses are valid and being implemented. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Thursday that Trump will hold Iran accountable for going back on its word, but said he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Meanwhile, as the foes battle, here are the latest developments as at Friday.
A tanker was hit overnight by an unknown projectile off the coast of Oman, the UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency said, as Iran and the United States exchange new fire over control of the Strait of Hormuz. The tanker sustained minor structural damage, but all crew are safe, the agency said. Iran's health ministry said 38 people had been killed and more than 400 injured in U.S. strikes since June 22nd. The latest overnight strikes killed 8 people and wounded 20, the IRNA news agency reported. Jordan's military said it has shot down 3 Iranian missiles, reporting no casualties or damage. Iran, meanwhile, said it had targeted U.S. military infrastructure in Kuwait, which said it was responding to missile and drone attacks. Bahrain and Qatar also reported strikes early Friday, with Qatar saying a child had been injured by falling debris when it intercepted a missile attack. Strikes in Iraq's Kurdistan region killed 8 members of an Iranian Kurdish, the exiled party said, blaming the attack on Iran. China's and Pakistan foreign ministers called on the United States and Iran to end fighting and return to the negotiating table after meeting in Shanghai. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they had targeted and destroyed 2 radar sites belonging to the United States in Oman, one used for maritime surveillance and one for air surveillance. Iranian's Revolutionary Guard said they had attacked the AI Tanf military base in Syria. American forces boarded a ship in the Gulf of Oman as part of Washington's renewed blockade of Iranian ports, the U.S. military said. U.S. Central Command also said it had redirected 3 vessels trying to circumvent the blockade since it went back into effect amid renewed fighting.
India launched its first hydro-powered train Friday, joining a small group of nations testing the technology of part of efforts to decarbonize rail transport and cut dependency on fossil fuels. The project is part of a broader push to modernize one of the world's largest rail networks while reducing carbon emissions.
The 10-coach train runs along an 89-kilometer route between Jind and Sonipat in India's northern state of Haryana, powered by a 1,200-kilowatt hydrogen fuel cell propulsion system. Officials describe the system as the world's most powerful for a train. Hydrogen trains use fuel cells to generate electricity by combining hydrogen and oxygen, emitting only water and steam. The Railway Ministry said the train was developed entirely in India, although senior officials told reporters that some key components, including the fuel cells, were imported. The ministry also inaugurated what it described as the country's largest railway hydrogen storage and refueling facility in Jind, with a capacity of some 3,000 kilograms to support hydrogen powertrain operations. The pilot project cost around $12 million, according to a senior railway official who acknowledged it was significantly more expensive than a comparable conventional service. However, he said costs were expected to fall as the technology matures. With the launch, India joins countries such as Germany, Japan, China, and the United States that are testing or operating hydrogen-powered trains. India's railways have undergone a major transformation since the first passenger steam train puffed out in 1853 from Mumbai. In recent years, New Delhi has pumped billions of dollars in investment aimed at upgrading infrastructure, improving safety, and expanding capacity. The vast network carried 7.41 billion passengers and 1.67 billion tons of freight last year, official data shows. India has also introduced its domestically designed Vande Bharat train, which can reach speeds of up to 180 kilometers per hour. At the same time, the country is building its first high-speed rail line using Japanese Shinkansen technology. Officials expect the bullet train, designed to operate at up to 320 kilometers per hour, to begin service on its first section in 2027.
Members of Afghan settlements in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa border province hurriedly packed up belongings this week while others hid at home as police launched a large-scale crackdown on undocumented residents. Authorities in the northern province carried out housing demolitions, roadside identity checks, and told Afghans to leave as part of a broader government pushback, community members and officials.
Residents of Matani, a short drive from the provincial capital Peshawar, claimed authorities had demolished many of the Afghan settlement's 200 houses in July. Najib Rehman, 50, said he first tried to retrieve his father's medication and children's school certificates from his home. Young men nearby loaded household belongings, including beds and solar panels, into trucks to cross the border. In June, Pakistan's Interior Ministry ordered law enforcement nationwide to arrest Afghan citizens without visas from July 10. The ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the demolitions. Though millions of Afghans have returned from Pakistan since the security-driven repatriation drive began in 2023, much of the earlier effort focused on centers such as southern megacity Karachi and the capital Islamabad. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's population of around 40 million has deep cultural, linguistic, and historic ties with Afghanistan, and many families span both sides of the border. Police and officials said they warned Afghan residents before July 10 they must leave, including through mosque loudspeakers and meetings with community elders. But some said they had few options. The crackdown exacerbates the years-long repatriation policy that UN figures show has pushed back 2.3 million Afghans, some who lived in Pakistan for decades, and others who fled their home country following Taliban authorities' return to power in 2021. UN data showed almost 6,200 Afghans returned from Pakistan in the 7 days to July 11, up by around a third from the previous week. Pakistan remains home to more than 1 million Afghans, according to the UN. In Peshawar's Broad Bazaar market, known as Mini Kabul, and home to thousands of shops run by Afghans, owners said they had seen a downturn in customers and feared arrests. 4 decades of war sent millions of Afghans into neighboring Pakistan. Hundreds of thousands more arrived since 2021, many waiting in hopes of resettling in countries whose militaries they had once assisted. Pakistan, facing growing attacks, announced in 2023 it would begin deporting undocumented foreigners, and as this year carried out airstrikes in Afghanistan, it says target militants. The Taliban government has repeatedly denied Afghanistan's territory is used for militancy and said the attacks killed civilians.
Beijing has accused the United States President Donald Trump of making fabrications on Friday after he said China had meddled in U.S. election data, reviving his long-standing baseless claims of voter fraud ahead of midterm polls many expect him to dispute. Trump said in a White House address on Thursday that the U.S. electoral system had been dangerously exposed and urged lawmakers to adopt new restrictions on voting despite a scant appetite for the measures even within his Republican Party. From the top of a wind turbine nearly 100 meters above the ground, Grazul Whitthick, a coal miner, gazes at the horizon. It's a far cry from a basin that's in Silesia, a historic coal mining region in southern Poland, where the steel extracts the ore.
Once Poland's black gold, the sector is now surviving only on life support as the country slowly transitions to cleaner energy sources. Along with 7 other miners, Whitthick took the long hours journey to Gosiak in western Poland to take part in a training program run by EDF Power Solution Poland, helping coal miners transition into the wind industry. Even at the lowest point of a wind turbine, Whitthick expresses his awe at the feeling of freedom compared to the 14 years he spent at the bottom of a mine. Wind turbines are increasingly common sight around the training area in Gosiak and throughout the country, where coal still accounts for over half of Poland's electricity production, the highest in European Union. More than a valuable economic resources, the dark ore has become one of the pillars of Polish identity, with miners long wielding political influence. Extracting a ton of coal now costs nearly twice as much as importing it, and domestic production no longer fully covers the country's need. Coal share in electricity production has also fallen from around 90% in 2008 to nearly 50% today. Sun and wind now produce more than 30% of electricity, and the government is counting on 50% as early as 2030 and up to 69% in 2040. Poland First Nuclear Power Plant is expected to go online in 2036. This transformation goes hand in hand with a steady drop in mining jobs. The sector, which employed nearly 400,000 people at the end of the communist era, now has a total workforce numbering only 70,000. Meanwhile, the government is projecting the creation of around 300 jobs tied to the energy transition by 2030.
You're still watching the World News. Let's take a break. When we come back, we have more reports for you. Please don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Glad to know you're still there. Artificial intelligence should not be dominated by a single country, China's President Xi Jinping said Friday at a major technology conference in Shanghai, urging international cooperation on its development. Chinese AI models are catching up to the most powerful U.S. offering and attracting global users with lower costs.
But how to govern the sector has become a key question as concerns grow over military AI deployments or its use by hackers and terrorists. The United States and European Union restrict tech exports to China over national security concerns, while tussle between Washington and American AI labs have raised the issue of who controls top technologies. The four-day WAIC gathers more than 1,000 of China's tech firms, officials, researchers, and industry figures. Around 3,000 products are on display, from powerful semiconductor system for AI computing to a smartphone that can autonomously operate apps. But eyes were first on Xi's vision of how the world should handle the potential impact of AI. On Thursday, Foreign Minister Wang Yi and representatives from 29 countries, including Russia, Pakistan, and Indonesia, agreed to establish an intergovernmental AI cooperation group. The World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, headquartered in Shanghai, aims to ensure the healthy and orderly development of AI, state media reported. New York University Business and Technology Professor Aaron said, small glimmers of recent cooperation between President Xi and Trump were encouraging, but it was hard to imagine there being a single approach to AI governance globally. Leaders, including UN Chief Antonio Guterres, Cambodians Hun Manet, and Thailand's Anutin Chanvikarun, are attending WAIC, which showcases the cutting edge of Chinese tech.
The leaders of France and Germany met on Friday for crunch talks on the future of their defense cooperation after the collapse of a flagship joint jet fighter project. For French President Emmanuel Macron, there is an urgent need to make progress in this area before the next spring's presidential election, in which far-right leader Marine Le Pen is a front-runner to be his successor. The prospects of a Le Pen presidency adds yet more uncertainty for European countries already scrambling to boost defense capabilities in the face of Russia threats and warning U.S. commitment under President Donald Trump. On Friday morning, German Chancellor welcomed Macron at the Novichy Air Base near Cologne. The two leaders emerged from a Super Puma helicopter itself, a symbol of successful Franco-German cooperation, before leading a joint defense and security council held next to a French Rafale jet and a Eurofighter, a key component of Germany's air force. The full cabinets of both governments got together for talks in a castle near Cologne, where French President Charles de Gaulle and German Chancellor agreed on the idea of a friendship treaty between the two countries in 1962. At the meetings, the two sides are expected to launch a joint steering group to deepen cooperation on radar systems, deep strike capabilities, and missile defense. French President Emmanuel Macron on Thursday pledged zero tolerance for arson after wildfires scorched thousands of hectares in France, including in the historic forest near Paris. Dozens of people have been arrested across the country for starting fires deliberately or by accident, as France has sweated through multiple intense heat waves since May that have fueled dry conditions. Around 35,000 hectares have been impacted by the fires, more than two workers from a construction company were charged Thursday and placed under judicial supervision for unconditional starting the fire in the front of forest, nearly a third of which has burned since Sunday. A major wildfire that has been raging for 2 days in northeast Spain has reduced more than 12,000 hectares of land to ash, regional authorities said Friday, warning of a very high risk of spreading. Spain is still reeling from another fire last week in the southern region that killed 13 people, including 7 Britons and an American, and destroyed 7,000 hectares, the deadliest such disaster in the country's recent history. More than 450 firefighters, backed by army reinforcements, were battling the growing blaze near the city of Zaragoza in a sparsely populated part of the Aran region, where 5 small villages have been evacuated. Peak temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius have hit Aran in recent days. Scientists said human-driven climate change is increasing the length, intensity, and frequency of extreme heat, which creates favorable conditions for the spread of wildfires and complicates firefighting efforts. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, warned Tuesday on a visit to fire-devastated area around Spain for facing a complicated summer for wildfires. Well, that's the world news on AIT. I am Sadiat Dusumo. Many thanks for staying with us.
We're the home of World Cup 2026. And it's not just because of Warner, BetBoom, and BetFree. Build your betting streak and win big with our 50 million naira goal. Plus, new customers get 100% safe if their first World Cup bet loses. Win your share of 50 million naira cash in our Bet Builder raffle. Get exclusive boosted best bet every match day. BetNaja, we're the home of World Cup 2026. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly. AIT, sharing the African experience.
Of Nigeria, with the mining march ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
Civil defense incidentally is, like I say, it's an elitist organization that serves as a buffer to security agencies in the central security agencies, and we act sometimes like National Guard, So we are in the center because we are by our act globally, even globally, the civil defense is supposed to provide what is called civil protection, civil protection, and perhaps maybe that's why Mr. President have now seen the reason why now that we should also be involved in VIP protection. So it is part of our function, and I tell you, we are poised and ready, to take this responsibility head on.
One of the cardinal points of our able Commandant General is training and retraining of personnel. What you see us doing here is our normal routine of training our personnel in different fields. We are conducting a training, a VIP protection training, and if you can see, you see that the men are in a very high spirit, good to go, ready at any time they are called upon. We will keep doing our best in giving them what we are supposed to give them, that will make them discharge their duty diligently, perfectly, packardly, and without any itches or problem.
What we have ongoing here is the course 003 for the VIP protection unit. We have 380 officers drawn from different formations of the Corps from 36 states, the FCT and the zonal commands. And they are going to be here for the next 4 weeks. The training comprises of the basic drills in VIP protections and weapon handling for officers that will be deployed for the VIP protection unit of the Corps. Now, at the end of this course, what we expect is that officers will be deployed to various VIPs in the country, and they'll be abreast with the latest tactics in the VIP protections and weapon handling.
The Corps has a mandate to protect all Nigerians, but the specific mandate of the VIP protection unit has to do with key persons who take critical decisions and formulate policies for Nigerians and other foreign nationals. There will be no discipline in our agency without training. It's the training that imbibe the culture, norms and tradition of doctrine of our agency.
It has been a wonderful experience here on the training for the VIP protection unit. The trainings have been rigorous. It has been a professional training that has upgraded a lot of my thoughts on security and how you carry your VIP along and build confidence in them.
I'm here because of the passion and also to build my future. I'm learning a lot here from drills, parade, and every other thing. I'm so happy to be here. I'm learning a lot, and it's wonderful.
I'm glad to be here. Trust me when I say VIP, I mean loyalty and trust. Our instructors are really doing real good job, and we are trying our possible best to catch up with everything they are teaching us.
Training has been rigorous, and we are planning to live up to the presidential directive on this protection of very important persons, and we hope that we'll be able to meet up with this mandate.
This training has embedded a new era, the operation of VIP NSCDC. Our appreciation goes to our amiable Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar, MNI, OFR, for his encouragement and always putting his strength and resources in the training of personnel. Right from the beginning, he emphasized the issue of training and retraining of personnel, and they have shown up at all times.
One of the problems we have centrally is funding. So, and we need to be funded very well so that we can. And many a times we tell them that even we in the Corps, we don't need money. What we need is let them give us equipment. Give us equipment and then see what we will do. You know, give us the required equipment and then give us personnel. Now, you are asked to provide safety and security for schools. You are asked to provide safety and security for pipelines. You are asked to provide safety and security for telecommunication lines. So it is huge. So we need personnel. You know, once we have a reasonable number of personnel, if we can have additional 100,000, you know, and then we provide working tools for us. I tell you, the passion that the civil defense has to work for Nigerians and for Nigeria is going to be unprecedented.
Under President Bola
to Nigeria.
Good afternoon, gentlemen of the press. I want to inform the public on the successful bust of an illegal mining site within Iragbiji area of the state. The command was able to apprehend 10 illegal miners at Idi Ogede, Ile-Isun community in Iragbiji, Osun State, and the equipment they used in perpetrating this illegality. I would like to reiterate that illegal mining remains a significant threat to environmental sustainability and our national security, as well as economic development. It deprives the government of legitimate revenue and endangers the life of our citizens, which also causes several environmental degradation. The activities uncovered at the site clearly demonstrate the extent to which individuals are ready to undermine the national interest for their own personal gain. Let me inform us that the Osun Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps will not tolerate this kind of activity. We will continue to intensify our efforts in apprehending other illegal miners. Also, we would like to warn those that are vandalizing telecommunication masts and transformers in the various communities of the state in recent times, that our men are on their toes, and very soon we will round them up. So we are sounding this note of warning to them to desist from these illegal criminal activities. We would also like to call on members of the public to join hands in ensuring we apprehend these criminals that are sabotaging the effort of the government in improving the economy of the state.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act number 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a Corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
The passing out parade of 17 trainees drawn from various private guard companies in Zamfara State forms part of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps mandate of regulating, supervising, and enhancing professionalism within the private security sector. Speaking at the event, the State Commandant Sani Mustafa, represented by the Deputy Commandant and Second in Command of the Command, and Muhammad Garba, said the training program had equipped participants with skills, knowledge, and competence required to effectively protect lives and property. He, however, expressed concern over the poor participation of companies, noting that only 10 out of more than 40 registered private guard companies in the state were represented at the training exercise.
I hereby wish to reiterate that those companies that fail to attend will face severe sanction as earlier stated and warned. Be informed also that the training and retraining program is a continuous exercise in batches, so as to give room for every guide to be trained.
The head of private guard companies department, Deputy Commandant of the Corps, Oile Samuel Tunde, said the training was organized to strengthen the operational capacity of private guards and ensure compliance with standards guiding private security practice in Nigeria.
This training is for us because when you are trained, you are better off than when you were not trained. So we want to challenge our companies that they should take the issue of training to be very, very important. We are not just here to waste time.
In their separate remarks, the representative of the chairman of Association of Registered Private Guard Companies in Zamfara State, the course representative Sunday Blazing, and other stakeholders commended the NSCDC for organizing the training and describes the program as an eye-opener that enhances participants' understanding of security operations.
So I would like to appreciate the effort of the command by imparting training to our guards.
This has not only equipped me and my colleagues with knowledge and skills, but has also shaped our characters and has also prepared us to carry out our responsibilities with integrity.
High point of the ceremony was the presentation of awards and certificates to outstanding trainees and officers who distinguished themselves during the training program.
The PGC as a department in Nigeria is in charge of regulations of private guard companies.
if someone wants to register a private car company, one, somebody must be of a Nigerian citizen who has no criminal record. All Nigerians with clear records, particularly those ones who have retired from the services of the military, paramilitary, and the security community. Two, such persons who have satisfied all these criteria, and then he writes an application to the Commandant General for license, which process, and then the DSS will interrogate, return back to the CG, and the CG recommends to the minister who now license the private car company. Kudos to my Commandant General. We have a total number of 1,740 companies that have been registered. Last year alone, over 80 companies were licensed. Monitor them through the state command and even at the headquarters here. Go to test truly your license because we want to make sure that these facts are off the state. Training is the NSDC's responsibility. We have a training institution at Abeokuta in the state, and that institution is an institution for training the elites of the PGC, that is the managing directors, the managers, the supervisors, who must continue to thank God and our leadership, right from Dr. Ade Abulori to Professor Ahmed Abubakar. They have done well as far as the PGC is concerned. We will recall that the PGC earlier on was under the Citizen and Business Department, Ministry of Interior. But when in 2005 it was added to the NSCDC, and it has gone far. We have done a lot of things. The CG, Professor Ahmed Abubakar, has tried to make sure that he gets this PGC department promoted, whereby people supposed licensed who will now, instead of becoming the PGC now, you can online register your company and then get your license and then continue your practice.
You're welcome back. It's still your security program. Talk about the defenders. This will give you the happening. How the Nigeria security and civil defense fall all over the federation. No gap, no blind spot, just your strategy and security. And note that true security isn't just about fighting threats. It's about building a future where peace of mind is guaranteed. Let's get back into action. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Nigeria. What was meant to be a quick errand became a traumatic experience for 15-year-old Gloria Odige after she was allegedly lured away by two young men. The victim recounts how the incident unfolded.
And thank God, tell me say, give me the call, they got in. I follow and go as. I can't say, no, I don't follow and go as. And they drag me, enter thank God room. They can't force me. They can't rape me. The two of them raped me 3 times. When I wake up this morning, I tell them, say, they don't kidnap me, and the two of them kidnap me, say then they bring 800,000 naira.
Back home, panic set in as family members searched frantically for the teenager. Their fears deepened when unknown callers demanded 800,000 naira ransom for her release.
I now saw my wife number. The number just flashed. The ring and the thing just cut. So I now called the number with my phone. Say, hello, who is this? So they say they are kidnapper. That they have kidnapped my sister.
Acting on the information, NSCDC operative launched an intelligence-driven operation that led to the arrest of 16-year-old Freedom Saturday.
And I sleep with the girl. So I chop finish. Thank God I can't sleep with the girl finish. I can't enter bed. I can't still sleep with her.
The Edo State Commandant of the NSCDC, Akintayo Ayinla, says the suspects remain in custody while investigations continue.
Upon receipt of the report, I directed officers to immediately activate intelligence and operational mechanism to locate the victim and identify those responsible. This led to the arrest of Freedom Saturday, 16 years, who provided information leading to the arrest of Thank God Oriabo, 21 years, at Obu community.
He warned criminal elements that the command will sustain intelligence-led operations to rid the state of crime.
In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command being headed by commandants, and in all the 704 local governments, we have a divisions being headed by divisional officers, And in 80% of all those divisions, we have a outpost. Why? Because it brings security down to the grassroots level. So we believe in the cliche. When you see something, please say something and we'll do something about that. This is Robert drawing the curtain on today's edition of the program. After the main Babawale Afolabi.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is important.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in our politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Hello and welcome to Gender Agenda. I am Adora Sydney Jack, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. Today, we'll begin with a story that has gripped the conscience of many Nigerians. There are growing calls for a thorough, transparent, and independent investigation into the death of Mary Habila, a nurse with the David Umahi Federal University of Medical Sciences, Uburu, who was on secondment to the Federal Ministry of Works. She died on June 27, 2026, in a guest house within the residence of the Minister of Works in Uburu, Ebonyi State. Now, the Minister, David Umahi, has clarified that Mary Habila was a nurse, not a physiotherapist, as earlier reported by some media outlets. Now, according to his account, she had spoken with her boyfriend the night before her death and complained of a nosebleed. The following morning, after repeated calls went unanswered, concerned colleagues forced open her door and found her lifeless, with water still running in the bathroom, an indication she may have been preparing to have a bath. The minister has called for a full autopsy and comprehensive investigation, condemned what he describes as false narratives circulating online, and directed that legal action be taken against anyone found responsible for spreading misinformation. Well, as Nigerians continue to demand that every relevant person and circumstance be thoroughly investigated, one thing is clear: every life deserves dignity, every death deserves the truth, and justice must never be selective. And even though her family has called for the release of her body to be buried, well, people say justice must be served. Agenda, we will continue to follow this story closely and bring you credible updates as they unfold. Now, before anything else, women are human beings, and I think you agree with me. They deserve equal opportunity, equal protection, equal respect, and equal justice, whether in the media, politics, business, entertainment, or within our traditional institutions. Women across Africa continue to confront systemic barriers that limit their voices, leadership, and full participation in politics. Yet, evidence consistently shows that societies and economies thrive when women are empowered, represented, and protected. And that is the heartbeat of my book, Power, well, some would say, is it Pussycat? Pussy and Politics. It explores the intersections of womanhood, power, leadership, identity, and politics, challenging stereotypes that have long confined women and offering a bold vision for a future where gender no longer determines opportunity. In today's exclusive feature, we unpack some of the book's most compelling ideals and the conversations that they have inspired, and some of the issues concerning whether reserved seats or even questions on the electoral college continues to emerge. I'll be speaking to Chief Ezenwa Nwagu, Chairman Board Gender Strategy Advancement International, and the Executive Director, PACA. Well, for feedback, remember, and partnerships or sponsorship opportunities, follow us closely across all our social media platforms, or send us an email using the details that will be coming up shortly on your screen. Please remember to not touch that station dial. Stay with us, and I will be right back.
I think that our context, our interpretation, even our way of socialization is different. And let me tell you that when you're even thinking pussy or vagina, it is even down to the family level. And I'll explain. Power broken is taught so early at the family level. When you have a boy.
During my campaign, I cannot tell you the number of times my pussy was put on the table because it became a form of currency. But yeah, put their member on the table. But and they can say not all men ask, but no woman ever asked me to sleep with her. I'm saying this because it was so difficult. I cannot put it in words exactly how difficult it became. It became that the one thing I was born with became something I had to use to barter because I wanted to serve my people, because that is really what politics is about.
When women walk into that space, they are not seen just like another human or another person. That pussy comes to the fore. That is what we are beaming the light on. It's not being over-exaggerated. Let's move to the direction where we change the narrative. We look at people and we see humans, not woman, man.
Make sure that no matter how the push comes, you do not put your vagina on the table. And then let that be the one power you hold against them, because that's always something they would want to use tomorrow, right? To say, I did not put this on the table, but I tried my very best. And I always, push beyond these barriers, and we're always going to make it what it has to be.
If you understand where the power really lies,
then you will understand that both male and female, both men and women suffer the same fate in the hands of those that own power. The conversation that women should sit somewhere, then we should create power and serve it as an a la carte and give to them. It is the same fate they suffer.
Men confuse leadership with control. Society confuses power with control. If a woman is smart enough to know how to manipulate resources and people, she may actually be controlling the environment. And it will give her power. If somebody can come and tell you, oh, you have Okonjo-Iweala. How many Okonjo-Iwealas do we have? How many Okonjo-Iwealas has Nigeria given opportunities? She's an outlier. We celebrate those people. But the real story is different. The right candidate who is a woman is a threat to a man. That's why Natasha is going through what she's going through, because she's a credible threat. It's not because she's a woman. If she was a man and she delivered the way she delivered, she would probably be a governor of her state. We're not being encouraged.
We can't probably make decisions affecting a broad-based sector of the society, and a critical component of the society is underrepresented. It's now a matter of national emergency that the reserve seat bill for women be passed. So if we have that constitutional amendment, have those special seats allocation for women.
The way that we see, women, as sex symbols or symbolizing sexualism start from how they are outplayed, by the outliers, which is, of course, entertainment, the media, films, music. And so we need to start from that. We need to begin to say that beyond what we are seeing, there is another conversation to be had where media presents, both conversations that women can become anything and can be anything outside what the unorthodox or the stereotype has presented them to be.
Well, thank you so much if you're just joining us. This is Gender Agenda, and I am Dora Sydney Jack. And that was an unlayered conversation talking about, of course, the title of the book and going deep inside. But I won't be sharing all the insights alone. I mean, you've watched what I had to say. I was speaking to a man who knows, who understands, and who unlayers the context. And his name is Ezenwa Nwagu, and he's right here joining me on the show. Good afternoon. And here he walks. And so permit me to welcome him. You're welcome, sir. Good to always have you. It's a pleasure. Please sit down. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I remember that when this book was launched, you were at the forefront. In fact, the conversations about the title, before it was even layered out, became a context that we had to look at, naming it Politics X on the day it was unveiled. But beyond that intrigue, I think that in the years that have followed, we have really seen and looked at how the context have shown itself in our politics over the years, be it from our primaries that has just passed and some of the conversations around reserving seats for women. But maybe the first place for me to start is to ask you, who is politics? What is politics? And where is politics?
That's a seminar conversation. What is politics? Who is politics? Well, there are many, if you want to go scholarly, that will be quite challenging.
Absolutely.
But what's important is to say that you are dealing with allocation of resources in some sense, and how those resources, who manages those resources, who holds this in trust for the majority of the people. So that in simply put will be politics. Now, if you want to then define it, it is the study of how a society is organized. Politics is how society is organized. So if you're organizing society, what that would mean was that you'd have to be thinking about the welfare of the people who constitute the entity that you want to organize, and then you now strata them into, if you like, some kind of pyramids. And your challenge has always been that the people who are the majority should sit at the topmost of that pyramid. And that is why that your book became something that a lot of people started talking about. And then the Adora Sidney Jack part of it is the titling, which became challenging. Only you will have the courage to title a book the way you did. But basically, we've been in this process of understanding society, understanding the different pulls and shoves and push that come into it, and that for me is politics.
Okay, so I hear you, and then I now come to, I mean, there was a page that did speak about politics, but another section that spoke about politricks. And, you know, it echoed that this refers to the dark underbelly of politics, usually characterized by cunning strategies, dishonesty, and manipulation for personal gain. Now, when ideally you've talked about, if you want to interpret politics, what it means in a layman's language and the ideal around it. But in practicality, even a young person on the streets, when he hears, I want to do politics, he does not think of service. He thinks of a reward system. How do you think we got there? And do you not also think that also creates the outliers that reinforce patriarchy when it comes to power and control?
Well, see, the first thing is that politics is a very noble enterprise, but the defamation of it is what have brought out some of the nuances that you're talking about, where people behave unethically, behave in very reprehensible manner, and dismiss it as politics. But that can't be. That's the abnormal. That's the abuse. And you cannot centralize abuse.
Okay.
So when in your book, you talked about the underbelly, the tricks, the subterfuge, you know, that is thrown into all of this. But we will have to redirect conversation in a way that brings the ennobling values of politics as service, as commitment to certain kind of values, you know. But the examples that we have, whether in the kind of primaries that we see people conduct, whether in even internal democratic practice of the political parties, there is what you see is allocation and selection. So contests, you know, contest, which is the central idea of, you know, getting an office. The leadership recruitment process have been taken away and then politricked, if you permit the use of that word. So what does it mean? You can't say, I belong to this party, I've served this party, I want to serve. That's not where we are now. We are in a place where even the national working committees of the political parties, the offices are allocated. And there's no shame about it. There's no feeling of shame. So those are ennobling values of contest, of values, of, you know, looking at competencies, capacity. You no longer have it. So all it needs is for you to either be aligned to certain kind of interests, aligned to certain political figures, and then when offices come, they allocate to the different. You can hear people say, oh, the national organizing secretary of this party was given to somebody, you know, and they didn't feel any qualms about that. Why should you give? It should be contested for, you know, it should be contested. So when you take away contest, you remove the ability of the ennobling values that we were talking about to shine out.
So now that brings me, I mean, where you have touched is a very important spot. More to say, I read in between the lines what you said. It echoes something a like-minded of yours said. It said there is no morality in politics. You have to understand that when you get into politics, you get in to change from within. And I do not know if you echo such sentiments.
You see, those are the devaluing of politics. The devaluation of politics has come to become the front burner. Why would you say there is no morality in politics? because that is providing an excuse for the shenanigans that we see. So anything that comes to play is politics. Oh, it's politics. So when you remove contest, when you create siege mentality, when you bribe your way, and these things are crimes, known crimes. But when it happens in politics, it is explained. So you've had me make, this issue around slapping somebody on Christmas Day, for instance. There's no slimmer, but if I slap you on election day, they say it's part of politics. Even the law enforcement officers do not take it seriously. They say it is what happened, in politics. That's why you don't have anybody in prison on account of infractions, during elections, electoral offenses, and because of the idea, the valuing of politics, that it is not unethical, there are no ethical considerations. And what that does is that it takes self-respecting people away. A lot of people who have some serious values, not the counterfeit of it that you see. There are people who counterfeit values and make it look like, but real self-respecting people do not want to be associated with those kind of things, because of the way we have done it. So you want to contest election, you either will have to bribe or you have to, cling inordinately to a godfather, a negative godfather, if you like, And then those are the things that have made politics look like it is not, exciting to people who have some sense of shame. Because if you there are things that shouldn't be associated with you if you have any sense of shame at all.
Absolutely. Yeah. And talking about removing the power for contests, brings me now to I don't know, listening to that conversation that towards the end, I think it was one of the political party chairmen who said the reserve seats for women, it's a good ideation. However, in the way that we have introduced the Electoral College, which is something you sort of spoke to right now about the power to compete and the legitimacy behind that competition. And when you think of the new inset in the reserve seats for women's bill, whereby the Electoral College begins the nomination platform for women's rights to contest, well, not so much as in an election, but to present themselves for service. Do you not look at that also, because you spoke about power and control when you started, isn't still this about gatekeeping power, control around participation of women in politics?
Well, the first thing is that people, you hear them say that nobody gives you power. I don't know if you've heard of that boast that nobody
power
gives you
a
la carte,
yes.
Stuff like that, and that you have to take it. So those who control power find different ways to increase and constrict the space. And when there is a push, they come with tokenism. And people enjoy tokenism because of having stayed, away for a very long time. Any crumb that comes becomes like it is important. But the struggle for women participation must be a long haul. And every attempt at tokenism needs to be resisted. And that's how I see the Electoral College. The thing is that women are very clear about what they wanted. They are very determined about it. But the Electoral College is okay. I was in that program, and somebody told me that anything, let's just
have just women in
anyhow. And I said, what do you mean anyhow? What do you mean anyhow? When we came with the reduction of age for contesting elections,
they're not too young to run.
Yes, it was still tokenistic, because at the end of the day, you have no argument as to why somebody who is 21 or who is 30, you want to take the vote for an 18-year-old, but you criminalize aspiration for that person. He can vote for you, but will never say, I want to be. You remove that right. And so here now, what women are asking for is reserved seats that is competitive, that is clearly competitive. Election, through a more defined for 36, that is for an FCT, 1-1 in the House of Rep. And that shouldn't be difficult. So why are you ingeniously coming with another setup that constricts the pace, that removes competition, that in fact introduces corruption?
Why do you say that?
So if an electoral college of elected people, so-called elected people, will be the ones who form the electoral college, you have empowered another platform. And so once you are an elector, okay, you drive that process according to the interests and the pond from which you drink and the shrine that you worship in. So if anyone is not worshiping in that shrine or is not drinking from that pond, that person will not even be nominated, talk of, elected by the electors. Even the American people are worried about this electoral college thing.
All right.
And I think that women should be a bit, reserved in terms of how they take whatever is thrown. It may not come quickly, but it will come. And when it comes, it will come well.
And so you have to journey through the process and make sure the best for the entirety of women's fold is given.
If you don't do that, what will happen is that we always, I told you and some other people, I said, what we do always in our country is that in trying to solve a problem, we create a bigger one.
Indeed.
And then we now decide that we want to come back.
And change it.
No, we come back to where we left. Where we left to get to where we have problematized becomes something that is challenging. You now say, look, where we were, we are better.
All right. I think where we were was not better. We're looking for good somewhere much better. And I think this just positions the conversation going ahead, because next week, this conversation will be played by the book at the plenary, and then it will be not to be. But then again, you've heard what Ezenwa has said. It's not enough to just throw anything at women. It's also good to contextualize, look in between the line, and make it quite valuable for the entirety in the long run. And so we don't have 20 years setback in trying to resolve decades of barriers against women. Thank you so much for coming on the show. It's always a delight speaking to you. And that's where I take the curtain call here. And it's been fantastic speaking to you about this. And please do follow us on all our social media handles. Remember that Women's Rising is not just about women, it's about humanity. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week. And coming up next is, of course, Global Agenda with, of course, Shola Jayasimi. He will see you in the next prompt. Goodbye for now.
Those spots to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Welcome to Global Matters, an edition in which we will touch on the conflicts raging in various parts of the world, US, Iran, and of course, Russia versus Ukraine. I am Shola Jai-Simin. But let's not forget that this weekend climaxes almost 6 weeks of something that attempts to cement the peoples of the world. I'm talking about the FIFA World Cup. The final match of the beautiful game, as football is called, between the holders, Argentina, and the 2010 champions, Spain. But let's open with the story coming out of London. By Monday, a new occupant will be in 10 Downing Street, as Andy Burnham, who was elected as the Labour Party leader about 5 hours ago, will step in as Prime Minister. And he says he is more than ready to lead the United Kingdom.
Britain's new right if we are consumed by infighting and pulling in different directions. That is, and always has been, an indulgence that falls heaviest on the people who need Labour most. Fighting to eradicate it and the insidious briefing culture that goes along with it will characterise my leadership. The government I lead will confidently lay that path out starting next week. And that is why this change today is the most significant change moment in our politics for 40 years. It will take us to a country where life is more affordable and all people and places are lifted from where they are now.
So the former mayor of Greater Manchester sure has his job cut out for him as the leader of the UK when he gets into that hot seat, so to say, on Monday. Will the US and Iran hold their fight? Strikes by America on civilian infrastructure such as bridges has occurred in the last 24 hours. And, Iran says this is a cross of a red line. And it has also, I'm talking about Iran now, continued to retaliate by hitting U.S. military bases located in the Gulf, other countries such as Kuwait and Qatar. And the brickbat goes back and forth. Those are pictures you have there of Iran launching missiles. But those pictures about bridges that have been damaged by the U.S. in its strikes on civilian infrastructure is something that you also need to see. So let's go to another problem. That's the one, the war between Ukraine and Russia. That war is in its, getting to its fifth year now, almost 4.5 years of a fight between those two countries. So what impact on Nigeria? Well, wheat is a major staple produced by Ukraine, and exports have indeed been impacted. But with a seeming dispute at the very top of Ukraine, Zelensky's removal of the hugely popular defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, and protest by some, over this action of the Ukrainian president seems to be showing seeds of disunity. So Anna Basova is a journalist. She's Ukrainian. She joins me from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. And I will be asking Ms. Basova, what does this imply for Ukraine in its war? It says it is ready to fight what it has called Ukrainian aggression. But this challenge at the top, Ukraine, defense minister removed, the generals say they don't have confidence in him, and the man at Home Affairs, Zelensky, has asked him to go. Anna Basova, thank you for coming on the program.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. Well, at the moment, all the Ukrainians are a bit shocked with the news, as it was totally unexpected, and we still don't know the actual reason, and probably it will never be told, and it's one of the most ununderstandable deeds of the political management, and Zelensky in particular. We really cannot grasp why it happened, and civil society has risen for the protests. The protests are widely spread across Ukraine, in the big cities, in Kyiv, in Lviv, in Kharkiv, in Dnipro, and in many others. Despite the heat that is currently outside, it's over 30 degrees, but people tend to come and stand under the sun. And the deputies have departed on their regular annual holidays, summer holidays, I mean, when the parliament doesn't work, and the deputy minister has been appointed. It's not Mikhailo Fedorov, and we simply don't know what is going to happen. But on the other hand, I want to admit that is, in spite of being very successful and having achieved a lot at this position, Mikhailo Fedorov, I mean, Ukrainians and Ukrainian society is a type of society when there is no vertical structure, so to say, but instead a very developed horizontal structure, meaning that in spite of not having a leader, people are able to struggle to take strategic decisions on their level, and we have but several defense and militech companies that already produce a lot of weapons we need, and in spite of having this or that defense minister, Ukrainians will produce and will use this weapon. It's drones, missiles, probably even ballistic missiles that were tested for the first time on the last day of Mikhailo Fedorov's cadence. Of course, it's very unpleasant, and we really want to hear the answer from Zelensky. What was the reason? The story seems to be not very good, not very pleasant. But in general, we have learned to be independent in every meaning, not to depend on the decisions from above, to be active, to be proactive, and to fight the enemy at every level, from the civil single person to the highest level. This is how I see the situation right now.
Okay, so Anna, this seems to come at a time when Ukraine is trying to get all the support it can get to tackle Russia over this war now, for almost 4.5 years. But does it help the Ukrainian establishment in its united front, which it tries to push when it talks to its partners, the Europeans and all the others who say, we will support
I'm sorry,
in the
I haven't
fight?
heard the question properly.
Okay, the question is, this seeming disharmony at the top, what does it portend for the unity and the united front the Ukrainian establishment wants to put out there to those who support it? How would it help the cause of the Ukrainian people?
You mean changing the ministers? Because
Yes.
I heard many different voices. Oh.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay, I can say that in the modern Ukrainian history, as far as I remember it, and I was born before Ukraine got its independence, so it's for the first time in Ukrainian history that people stand not against but for the minister, the fired minister, so to say. And as far as I know, European community is also surprised and somehow astonished by this decision, but nevertheless, the support will be continued. This is what I know for sure, because Ukraine is fighting for its independence, for its right to exist as a sovereign, independent country, regardless of who is leading the process, who is managing the process. And the values remain the same. Of course, we have problems in our authorities, and there is still a problem of corruption in Ukraine. It makes no sense to deny it.
Okay.
But on a global level, Ukraine is fighting for its existence, for its right to exist, and every Ukrainian, or nearly every Ukrainian, is aware of it, be it a civil person or be it a soldier of Ukraine's armed forces. And we all understand that if we stop fighting, the Russians will come and simply
Take over your nation.
kill us.
Okay, Mana Basova, thank you for your regular insights into this war, which will be approaching its 5th year by February next year. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you for inviting me.
So now to the anti-migrant issues in South Africa and evacuation by other countries of their nationals. Nigeria has done about 6 evacuations, air flights of its citizens. About just slightly under 1,500 Nigerians are back home. The last batch came into the country on Tuesday.
It's terrible there in South Africa because as a foreigner, you're not free to work. You're not free to work. You're not free to go do your thing by yourselves because you'll be scared of what the police are going to do or the community are going to do to you.
Even without this xenophobia, they still don't like us. They are still killing people. Very small time you hear that this person, they just shoot this person. The small time you hear somebody in Nigeria, they just shoot the person is on the you think it's a joke. But the person is dead, There are so many people that they kill like that.
Too much stress, too much. This will beat us. You see my hand, said that this will give me this hand, give me this wound for hand, already killing me. It will spoil my car, spoil my everything I get. I thank God I carry my family come back out. You know, I thank God.
Now the people that came to this are about 306, you understand. So I want to thank Mr. President most sincerely for putting the personal touches into this, because without him, we wouldn't have been able to do it.
7 flights came in, 1 by ValueJet, 5 airpeace, but one of them, airpeace also brought them in because the plane was not large enough. So 7 in total came in, almost less than 1,500. So one is it's emotional, but we're also excited. And thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for approving this evacuation and said, you know what, the welfare of every Nigerian matters. So we're glad they're all back home.
Okay, so Austin Okeke is a lawyer. He was a former president of the Nigerians in South Africa community. Sir, we have the good news. Nigerians coming in, and we can see the smiles, though some of them have spoken about the challenges they faced that made them to leave South Africa, where many of them have stayed for years, a couple of them decades. So how is it right there in South Africa for those of you Nigerians who live there, who work there, and not a few of your contemporaries, counterparts have come back home? What's the mood like now?
Good evening. It's a somber mood. We are very careful when we go around. There are some places you don't have to go to because it's still smoldering. What we begin to see are your sporadic individual attacks on foreigners. You no longer see the mobs on the streets.
Okay, so for the Nigerians who have come back, because South African authorities have said, look, we have been able to get over 53,000 illegal persons in our country out of our country, or through whatever means, either the pressure of the anti-migrant groups or whatever subtle arrangements that they have used. Nigeria, from discussions you and I have had, there are not less than 100,000 Nigerians in South Africa. 1,500 of them are back. How many more are we expecting back to Nigeria? And are there those of them who are still, hanging at the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria who desire to come back?
Yes, so far we've been able to airlift about 1,500 stranded Nigerians. These are direct victims of xenophobic attacks. And it is true that we have very, close to about 100,000 Nigerians, some of whom were born here, some came in, as migrants. And like I said earlier on, it's still a somber mood. We watch our backs. And whatever statistics the South African government is giving to you, talking about 53,000 people that have left South Africa, 50% of those actually, they have legal status. The direct victims of xenophobia don't actually, the mobs don't discriminate on the victims. They just go after whoever that they presume is foreign. In the process, they even kill 2 South Africans. So the South African government releasing the statistics, they need to then distinguish those that has legal status and those that do not have legal status. So it is not correct to say that 53,000 that left are illegal in the country.
Okay, so Mr. Okeke, we need to look at one issue which has propped up, which is the killing of a main leader of the March on March movement, the gentleman who was shot dead. The police in South Africa say they are investigating. How are the people in South Africa reacting to the shooting death of this man?
One thing you must know is that, within them, there are plots within a plot. They also, fight amongst each other who will be the leader, and nobody knows what will be the outcome of the investigation. So far, it is still ongoing. I believe the law enforcement will be able to tell us what happened. It is not the first time it's happening amongst vigilante groups. We have had other ones they call Dudula, and even within Dudula, you have infighting. And I'm sure this also looks to me like infighting, but I will not speculate for now. Foreigners had about it, South Africans had about it, but they went about their normal lives.
So Mr. Okeke, what next? Nigeria-South Africa relations haven't evacuated the citizens. Those of you who are there, you're a citizen of that country now. You've lived there for almost 30 years. I remember you shared that. How do we build on all of this?
They need to sit together. The South African government, I would, be honest, they are embarrassed. they didn't handle this situation very well, and they don't even know what to begin to do. The mob dealers and the mobs took over the show, running the streets. They actually became law enforcement, unto themselves, taking laws into their hands. The South African government are very embarrassed. Sometimes during their press releases or press conference, they make mistakes in their responses. So I would urge both countries to sit down and iron out this issue. South African government should look for how to implement, some brilliant, economic policies that they have that will benefit their citizens. If you look at our people roam around the streets, these are very productive hours of the day. It tells you that they are unemployed. We have 40% unemployment rate in South Africa. You cannot have able-bodied men running the streets, running amok on the streets during that hour of the day. It shows that they are unemployed. They need to get busy. They need to busy their minds with something. South African government should look for programs like that to busy their minds.
Mm. Okay, Mr. Austin Okeke, thank you so much for your take on the evacuation of Nigerians and the situation in South Africa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so as we prepare to end the program, let's remember that sometime in June, precisely on the 11th, or is it the 14th of June, about 48 nations converged on Mexico, Canada, and the US, the United States, for 6 weeks for the World Cup. And on Sunday, the final, Lionel Messi-inspired Argentina, who are the reigning champions, want to be the first country since Brazil in 1962 to retain the trophy. And they'll be taking on Spain with the wonder kid, Lamine Yamal. Now, there's something quite interesting. Some 19 years ago, and I want you to wait for it, Lionel Messi, he had, a baby in the bath in a photo shoot, and I want to tell you that baby is Lamine Yamal, is there on your screen. Messi was just 20 years old then, emerging as a wonder kid in Barcelona, and that's where Yamal is now, also doing his thing. And both of them will be facing off in the World Cup final on Sunday. My colleague, sports correspondent in Rega IT, Osai Bobo is in the studio. Osas, what do you make of this?
Honestly, this is a rare moment, actually. As far as I'm concerned, this is more than just a football final. This is the passing of one generation and another. You can just simply put it that, it is a final where two generations collide, you understand? And you hardly see this anywhere. It is a fascinating, thing to behold, let me be honest with you. And that is what sport can do as an only sport, sincerely. Let me just put it, football. And that is why it gets me really, really angry when it is not being utilized the way it should be. You understand? Sport is something that unifies. It is something that breaks every barrier. You understand? It is a bridge that links a lot of, like I said, it breaks barrier. And look at Lamine Yamal and Messi now coming together after 20 years.
They're not coming together. They'll be on the opposing
sides. Of course. My point is, they'll be meeting 20 years ago, it was Messi, giving Yamal a bath. And after 20 years, they are facing each other, like competing, trying to, lift one trophy. They are at an opposite end. That is what football can do to you, sincerely.
Okay, so let's have those pictures once again on the screen. It's quite fascinating. I actually saw this report on an article on the BBC sometime in February, and that was way before the World Cup. And now, you see Messi there. Then he had his long hair. See Lamine Yamal. It's quite interesting, I tell you.
Sincerely.
So we're looking at that match will be a very, very big one. Spain, 2010 champions, with the holders. Argentina want to make sure they have...
Try to retain the title.
Yes, making it 4 trophies they want to have.
Exactly, making it 4 trophy. But for Lamine Yamal, a lot of people are saying whoever wins it, most especially for Barcelona fans, saying whoever wins it is, the trophy is coming home, is coming to, the Catalonians and all.
Oh, how do you mean? Messi doesn't play for the Catalonians
my point
anymore.
is because if you put a mark on his skin right now, I'm sure you see Barcelona on Messi's skin. So that is why like they say, it's coming home. Football, let's move away from the final now. Let's just talk about the tournament in general. It has been spoken about for different reasons. You understand? It has broken a lot of histories. First to be, to feature 48 teams. First to be hosted across three nations. And despite all of this, there has also been, controversies and all. But one thing that has made me happy is the fact that Mexico, when the tournament was on, they celebrated. Why were they celebrating? Because the homicide level at that country reduced drastically because of football. You understand? That is what football or sport can do to you.
So all the criminals just stop committing crime for
because if you check the records, like from 70 homicide like that, I mean deliberated conscious murder a day, it dropped from 70 a day to 30. You understand?
In Mexico?
Yes, in Mexico. And after 3 days, after 3 days of the World Cup, it dropped from that 30 to 27. That is what only a sport can do.
So sports is really a global phenomenon that unites, and also we know about the fights among many countries at the World Cup over refereeing decisions.
Of course, when it doesn't go well with you, definitely you want to agitate, you want to try to protest. That is what you just see. But after that moment, it ends.
So your parting shot now, who will win the World Cup?
Definitely.
Argentina or Spain? One word.
Let nobody win. Let Spain just win. You must not go to Argentina. That's just for my apology.
Wow, your visa to Argentina will never be approved. Okay, thank you so much, Osiris. Thank you for joining me on the program.
Thank you.
So that's the program for today, ending on a global note, the World Cup. May the best team win. Do have a lovely day. I am Shola Jayesimi.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
elected Labour leader set to become UK Prime Minister on Monday. Battle rages as US strikes Iran and Tehran hits back at American allies in the Gulf. And India launches first hydro-powered train in clean energy push. Hello again, welcome to the World News. My name is Sadiat Dusumu. Now we begin the world news with politics in the United Kingdom, where Andy Burnham was about 4 hours ago elected as leader of the ruling Labour Party and is now poised to replace Keir Starmer as the new Prime Minister. The former mayor of Greater Manchester, Burnham, has said he is more than ready to lead the United Kingdom. Our foreign editor, news editor Shola Jaismi has the reports.
Andy Burnham is now third-time lucky in his desire to be the leader of the UK Labour Party. He ran for Labour's leadership in 2010, coming in fourth, and again in 2015, doing better, coming second in that loss to Jeremy Corbyn. Fast forward 11 years, the 56-year-old is unopposed and gets the Labour Party leadership, and it takes him straight to the top job, the Prime Ministership of the United Kingdom. At an event in central London, held to affirm his election by the Labour Party, Burnham, who said he joined the party in his mid-teens, said he is raring to go.
This change today is the most significant change moment in our politics for 40 years. It will take us to a country where life is more affordable and all people and places are lifted from where they are now.
He has still not been sparing of what he called an unusual situation during the 2 years of Keir Starmer's premiership.
We won't beat Britain's new right if we are consumed by infighting and pulling in different directions. That is, and always has been, an indulgence that falls heaviest on the people who need Labour most.
So, till Monday, when he takes over as the country's leader, and outlines what his team of ministers will look like, and more importantly, his policies and how he will implement them for the British people. Shola Jaisimi, AIT News.
The United States hit Iran on Friday, with Iran accusing U.S. forces of striking civilian sites and drawing Iranian threats of reprisal on regional infrastructure. A battle over the strategic Strait of Hormuz has rekindled the war in the Middle East, and the foes have traded fire for 6 days running.
The U.S. military reported hitting dozens of Iranian military targets in response to attacks on commercial shipping. Its latest strike after a preliminary deal with Iran fell apart. Earlier on Friday, Iran announced attacks on an airport and railway station in Iran and strikes on 2 bridges that killed 7 people. The renewed fighting comes a month after the signing of a preliminary deal that aimed to end the conflict, which broke out in late February with massive U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. Both the foes have been trading attacks as Iran claims control over the waterway key to the global oil supply, despite it being open to free passage before the war. Tehran had already warned it will target infrastructure across the region if U.S. President Donald Trump followed through on the threat to attack power, plants and bridges in Iran, though the White House said he remained open to diplomacy. The Islamic Republic responded to the apparent U.S. attacks on its infrastructure with strikes on U.S. allies in the Gulf. Qatar and Kuwait said Friday they were responding to missile attacks. Journalists in the Qatari capital Doha hearing several blasts. In Bahrain, Tehran targeted U.S. helicopters and planes at air base in response to the enemy's hostile action in targeting urban infrastructure and innocent people. Iranian media state reported. The Gulf nation urged citizens to take shelter and said that a siren had been sounded. The The attacks came a day after Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they struck a U.S. air base in Jordan with ballistic missiles in response to what they described as an American attack near a children's cancer hospital near Harvard in the southwest. Iranian state media said the hospital was evacuated following U.S. airstrikes on the area that Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqir slammed as barbaric. A senior Iranian military spokesperson called for the U.S. to withdraw from the region, saying, "We will never back down over the Strait of Hormuz," state TV reported. The Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping route for the world's oil, was briefly reopened after the U.S.-Iran deal in June. But Iran said last week it will be closed again until the U.S. ends its aggression. The United States has also reimposed its blockade of Iran's ports. On Thursday, the American military said forces had boarded a ship in the Gulf of Oman to ensure full compliance, adding that 3 vessels had been redirected since the blockade resumed. Pakistan's Foreign Office spokesperson Tahir Andrabi said Islamabad would continue to encourage all sides to end violence and resume technical level talks. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, it helped mediate last month. But Iran's top negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalbaf, has warned that a deal only has meaning when its clauses are valid and being implemented. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Thursday that Trump will hold Iran accountable for going back on its word, but said he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Meanwhile, as the foes battle, here are the latest developments as at Friday.
A tanker was hit overnight by an unknown projectile off the coast of Oman, the UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency said, as Iran and the United States exchanged new fire over control of the Strait of Hormuz. The tanker sustained minor structural damage, but all crew are safe, the agency said. Iran's health ministry said 38 people had been killed and more than 400 injured in U.S. strikes since June 22nd. The latest overnight strikes killed 8 people and wounded 20, the IRNA news agency reported. Jordan's military said it has shot down 3 Iranian missiles, reporting no casualties or damage. Iran, meanwhile, said it had targeted U.S. military infrastructure in Kuwait, which said it was responding to missile and drone attacks. Bahrain and Qatar also reported strikes early Friday, with Qatar saying a child had been injured by falling debris when it intercepted a missile attack. Strikes in Iraq's Kurdistan region killed 8 members of an Iranian Kurdish, the exiled party said, blaming the attack on Iran. China's and Pakistan foreign ministers called on the United States and Iran to end fighting and return to the negotiating table after meeting in Shanghai. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they had targeted and destroyed 2 radar sites belonging to the United States in Oman, one used for maritime surveillance and one for air surveillance. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they had attacked the AI Tanf military base in Syria. American forces boarded a ship in the Gulf of Oman as part of Washington's renewed blockade of Iranian ports, the U.S. military said. U.S. Central Command also said it had redirected 3 vessels trying to circumvent the blockade since it went back into effect amid renewed fighting.
India launched its first hydro-powered train Friday, joining a small group of nations testing the technology of part of efforts to decarbonize rail transport and cut dependency on fossil fuels. The project is part of a broader push to modernize one of the world's largest rail networks while reducing carbon emissions.
From
The 10-coach train runs along an 89-kilometer route between Jind and Sonipat in India's northern state of Haryana, powered by a 1,200-kilowatt hydrogen fuel cell propulsion system. Officials describe the system as the world's most powerful for a train. Hydrogen trains use fuel cells to generate electricity by combining hydrogen and oxygen, emitting only water and steam. The Railway Ministry said the train was developed entirely in India, although senior officials told reporters that some key components, including the fuel cells, were imported. The ministry also inaugurated what it described as the country's largest railway hydrogen storage and refueling facility in Jind, with a capacity of some 3,000 kilograms to support hydrogen powertrain operations. The pilot project cost around $12 million, according to a senior railway official who acknowledged it was significantly more expensive than a comparable conventional service. However, he said costs were expected to fall as the technology matures. With the launch, India joins countries such as Germany, Japan, China, and the United States that are testing or operating hydrogen-powered trains. India's railways have undergone a major transformation since the first passenger steam train puffed out in 1853 from Mumbai. In recent years, New Delhi has pumped billions of dollars in investment aimed at upgrading infrastructure, improving safety, and expanding capacity. The vast network carried 7.41 billion passengers and 1.67 billion tons of freight last year, official data shows. India has also introduced its domestically designed Vande Bharat train, which can reach speeds of up to 180 kilometers per hour. At the same time, the country is building its first high-speed rail line using Japanese Shinkansen technology. Officials expect the bullet train, designed to operate at up to 320 kilometers per hour, to begin service on its first section in 2027.
Members of Afghan settlements in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa border province hurriedly packed up belongings this week, while others hid at home as police launched a large-scale crackdown on undocumented residents. Authorities in the northern province carried out housing demolitions, roadside identity checks, and told Afghans to leave as part of a broader government pushback. Community members and officials.
Residents of Matani, a short drive from the provincial capital Peshawar, claimed authorities had demolished many of the Afghan settlement's 200 houses in July. Najib Rehman, 50, said he first tried to retrieve his father's medication and children's school certificates from his home. Young men nearby loaded household belongings, including beds and solar panels, into trucks to cross the border. In June, Pakistan's Interior Ministry ordered law enforcement nationwide to arrest Afghan citizens without visas from July 10. The ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the demolitions. Though millions of Afghans have returned from Pakistan since the security-driven repatriation drive began in 2023, much of the earlier effort focused on centers such as southern megacity Karachi and the capital Islamabad. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's population of around 40 million has deep cultural, linguistic, and historic ties with Afghanistan, and many families span both sides of the border. Police and officials said they warned Afghan residents before July 10 they must leave, including through mosque loudspeakers and meetings with community elders. But some said they had few options. The crackdown exacerbates the years-long repatriation policy that UN figures show has pushed back 2.3 million Afghans, some who lived in Pakistan for decades, and others who fled their home country following Taliban authorities' return to power in 2021. UN data showed almost 6,200 Afghans returned from Pakistan in the 7 days to July 11, up by around a third from the previous week. Pakistan remains home to more than 1 million Afghans, according to the UN. In Peshawar's Broad Bazaar markets, known as Mini Kabul, and home to thousands of shops run by Afghans, owners said they had seen a downturn in customers and feared arrests. 4 decades of war sent millions of Afghans into neighboring Pakistan. Hundreds of thousands more arrived since 2021, many waiting in hopes of resettling in countries whose militaries they had once assisted. Pakistan, facing growing attacks, announced in 2023 it would begin deporting undocumented foreigners, and as this year carried out airstrikes in Afghanistan, it says targets militants. The Taliban government has repeatedly denied Afghanistan's territory is used for militancy and said the attacks killed civilians.
Beijing has accused the United States President Donald Trump of making fabrications on Friday after he said China had meddled in U.S. election data, reviving his long-standing baseless claims of voter fraud ahead of midterm polls many expect him to dispute. Trump said in a White House address on Thursday that the U.S. electoral system had been dangerously exposed and urged lawmakers to adopt new restrictions on voting despite a scant appetite for the measures even within his Republican Party. From the top of a wind turbine nearly 100 meters above the ground, Grazul with thick, a coal miner gazes at the horizon. It's a far cry from a basin that's in Silesia, a historic coal mining region in southern Poland, where the steel extracts the ore.
Once Poland's black gold, the sector is now surviving only on life support as the country slowly transitions to cleaner energy sources. Along with 7 other miners, Witek took the long-hours journey to Gosiak in western Poland to take part in a training program run by EDF Power Solution Poland, helping coal miners transition into the wind industry. Even at the lowest point of a wind turbine, Witek expresses his awe at the feeling of freedom compared to the 14 years he spent at the bottom of a mine. Wind turbines are increasingly common sight around the training area in Gosiak and throughout the country, where coal still accounts for over half of Poland's electricity production, the highest in European Union. More than a valuable economic resources, the dark ore has become one of the pillars of Polish identity, with miners long wielding political influence. Extracting a ton of coal now costs nearly twice as much as importing it, and domestic production no longer fully covers the country's need. Coal share in electricity production has also fallen from around 90% in 2008 to nearly 50% today. Sun and wind now produce more than 30% of electricity, and the government is counting on 50% as early as 2030 and up to 69% in 2040. Poland's first nuclear power plant is expected to go online in 2036. This transformation goes hand in hand with a steady drop in mining jobs. The sector, which employed nearly 400,000 people at the end of the communist era, now has a total workforce numbering only 70,000. Meanwhile, the government is projecting the creation of around 300 jobs tied to the energy transition by 2030.
You're still watching the World News. Let's take a break. When we come back, we have more reports for you. Please don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Glad to know you're still there. Artificial intelligence should not be dominated by a single country, China's President Xi Jinping said Friday at a major technology conference in Shanghai, urging international cooperation on its development. Chinese AI models are catching up to the most powerful U.S. offering and attracting global users with lower costs.
But how to govern the sector has become a key question as concerns grow over military AI deployments or its use by hackers and terrorists. The United States and European Union restrict tech exports to China over national security concerns, while tussle between Washington and American AI labs have raised the issue of who controls top technologies. The four-day WAIC gathers more than 1,000 of China's tech firms, officials, researchers, and industry figures. Around 3,000 products are on display, from powerful semiconductor system for AI computing to a smartphone that can autonomously operate apps. But eyes were first on Xi's vision of how the world should handle the potential impact of AI. On Thursday, Foreign Minister Wang Yi and representatives from 29 countries, including Russia, Pakistan, and Indonesia, agreed to establish an intergovernmental AI cooperation group. The World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, headquartered in Shanghai, aims to ensure the healthy and orderly development of AI, state media reported. New York University Business and Technology Professor Aaron said, small glimmers of recent cooperation between President Xi and Trump were encouraging, but it was hard to imagine there being a single approach to AI governance globally. Leaders, including UN Chief Antonio Guterres, Cambodia's Hun Manet, and Thailand's Anutin Chanvikarun, are attending WAIC, which showcases the cutting edge of Chinese tech.
The leaders of France and Germany met on Friday for crunch talks on the future of their defense cooperation after the collapse of a flagship joint jet fighter project. For French President Emmanuel Macron, there is an urgent need to make progress in this area before the next spring's presidential election, in which far-right leader Marine Le Pen is a front-runner to be his successor. The prospects of a Le Pen presidency adds yet more uncertainty for European countries already scrambling to boost defense capabilities in the face of Russia threats and warning U.S. commitment under President Donald Trump. On Friday morning, German Chancellor welcomed Macron at the Novishy Air Base near Cologne. The two leaders emerged from a Super Puma helicopter itself, a symbol of successful Franco-German cooperation, before leading a joint defense and security council held next to a French Rafale jet and a Eurofighter, a key component of Germany's air force. The full cabinets of both governments got together for talks in a castle near Cologne, where French President Charles de Gaulle and German Chancellor agreed on the idea of a friendship treaty between the two countries in 1962. At the meetings, the two sides are expected to launch a joint steering group to deepen cooperation on radar systems, deep strike capabilities, and missile defense. French President Emmanuel Macron on Thursday pledged zero tolerance for arson after wildfires scorched thousands of hectares in France, including in the historic forest near Paris. Dozens of people have been arrested across the country for starting fires deliberately or by accident, as France has sweated through multiple intense heat waves since May that have fueled dry conditions. Around 35,000 hectares have been impacted by the fires, more than during the entire 2025 fire season. That's according to authorities. France has never faced so many outbreaks of fire across the country since the end of World War II, Macron said. During a visit to the Front-Leader forest near Paris, that has been seen more than 2,000 hectares scorched since July 5. Around 1,000 residents were forced to evacuate as the fire spread in the forest some 60 kilometers southeast of Paris in the Red Blaze in the country's north. Several people have been detained in connection with the incident. 2 workers from a construction company were charged Thursday and placed under judicial supervision for unconditional starting the fire in the front forest, nearly a third of which has burned since Sunday. A major wildfire that has been raging for 2 days in northeast Spain has reduced more than 12,000 hectares of land to ash, regional authorities said Friday, warning of a very high risk of spreading. Spain is still reeling from another fire last week in the southern region that killed 13 people, including 7 Britons and an American, and destroyed 7,000 hectares, the deadliest such disaster in the country's recent history. More than 450 firefighters, backed by army reinforcements, were battling the growing blaze near the city of Zaragoza in a sparsely populated part of the Aran region, where 5 small villages have been evacuated. Peak temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius have hit Aran in recent days. Scientists said human-driven climate change is increasing the length, intensity, and frequency of extreme heat, which creates favorable conditions for the spread of wildfires and complicates firefighting efforts. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, warned Tuesday on a visit to fire-devastated area around Spain for facing a complicated summer for wildfires. Well, that's the world news on AIT. I am Sadiat Dusumu. Many thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected.
FCT Minister boasts of President Tinubu's repositioning and rebranding the nation's capital. Kogi abducted students and teachers regain freedom. And President Tinubu signs executive order to strengthen oversight of Nigeria's fast-growing digital economy. This is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Aicheda Majakodomi. You're welcome. Now we'll begin from this story where Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, has declared that Abuja is now closed to critics of the federal government, stating that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's extensive infrastructure development has effectively silenced opposition voices. Speaking on Friday during the commissioning of the reconstruction of Arab Bazango Road in Kobuabuari Area Council. Wike noted that the scale and visibility of projects delivered under Tinubu administration have redefined governance in the FCT.
Friday marked the grand finale of the FCT project commissioning activities, which lasted for nearly 6 weeks. On the final day, President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, commissioned the Bazango Road, also known as Arab Road.
This newly constructed road will not only shorten commuting times for workers, it will also drastically ease traffic congestion along the busy Kubwa axis. Crucially, it links our citizens safely to the outer Northern Expressway and nearby areas.
Please welcome with me the one and only
For the chief host, Nyesom Wike, the achievements recorded by President Tinubu across satellite towns and area councils have effectively silenced opposition voices.
If you call Tinubu today, he will show you his report card as regards the satellite town. If you call Tinubu today, he will show you his report card as regards the cities. But if you know you have a contrary view to what I've said, I challenge you in the next 48 hours. Come and say on the national television that since this administration came, we have not awarded roads of 317 kilometers in the satellite town, and we have not completed 221. I will resign as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory.
The FCT project commissioning series concluded with a Thanksgiving celebration, marking the successful completion of the nearly 6-week exercise. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
And President Bola Tinubu has signed a presidential executive order establishing a coordinated regulatory framework for virtual assets, creating a new council to strengthen oversight of Nigeria's fast-growing digital economy while protecting citizens from fraud and financial crimes. The executive order on virtual asset coordination 2026, which takes immediate effect, seeks to harmonize the activities of key financial and regulatory agencies without creating a new regulator or altering the statutory powers of existing institutions. AIT State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo reports that the new framework comes amid growing concerns over fragmented regulation of cryptocurrencies and other virtual assets, which the federal government says has exposed Nigeria to money laundering, terrorism financing, cybersecurity threat, fraud and revenue losses. According to a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the executive order establishes a virtual assets council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, with the Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS, and the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, serving as vice chairpersons. Other members include the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, and the Office of the National Security Advisor. The Council will provide policy direction, improve coordination among regulators, and work with the Attorney General of the Federation to develop a harmonized legal and institutional framework aligned with Nigeria's national security and economic objectives. And we'll now take you to Kogi State with this good news, where 4 victims abducted during Tuesday's attack on an National Examination Council, NECO Center, at Government Secondary School, Olowa, Agbajo, in the Kina local government area of Kogi State has been rescued by a joint force of police, Nigerian Army, local vigilantes, and hunters. The Kogi State Commissioner of Police, Naziru Bello Kankafori, said this during a press conference at the Government House in Lokoja.
Kankarfi explained the breakthrough followed days of intense coordinated security pressure on criminal elements, which eventually forced the kidnappers to abandon their hostages.
4:45 p.m. on Thursday, 16 July 2026, all 4 abducted victims were successfully rescued. Their rescue was made possible through the sustained operational pressure mounted on the criminal elements by our security teams. The victims have since been reunited with the appropriate authorities and are receiving the necessary care and support, and we thank God that no life was lost.
The Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo met with security chiefs, lauded them for their bravery and tactical precision in the successful operation.
They will always come, but going back will be difficult for them. They have been rescued, but the operation is still ongoing. Our men are in the forest. They must be brought to book. We know those involved, those criminals. We know them, we track them, and they are on the run. And I want to assure you that between now and in few days to come, they will be brought to justice.
The rescued victims include the school principal, an ECHO official, and 2 female candidates. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
We are still staying with rescued abductees, but this time in Kwara State, 2 kidnapped children have been rescued by a joint security team of the Department of State Services, DSS, and Forest Guards during a rescue operation carried out on Thursday in a forest between Oba Isin and Owa Inire and Isin in a Felodun local government area of Kwara State. The operation resulted in the killing of 2 armed bandits, while several others escaped with gunshot wounds as security operatives intensified follow-up operations to track down the fleeing suspect. The rescued victims were identified as 16-year-old Fatima Aziz and 5-year-old Ibrahim Aziz. Security operatives recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 single-barrel gun, 1 loaded magazine, 9 rounds of ammunition, a mini solar panel, and food items from the kidnappers' hideout. The operation formed part of the federal government's ongoing multi-agency counter-terrorism and anti-kidnapping effort aimed at dismantling criminal groups operating in forested areas across the country. Now, amid ongoing growing allegations on social media linking to the death of a female member of his staff, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has denied any wrongdoing, describing the claims as false, malicious, and politically motivated. He called for a thorough police investigation, including an autopsy, to determine the actual cause of the death. The minister made the remarks while speaking to journalists on the sidelines of the presentation of the Joint Tracking Report, organized in partnership with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, at the ministry's headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. According to Umahi, the deceased, Ms. Mary Habila, had a documented medical history and had received treatment at a hospital in Turkey with records of her health condition and medical expenses available for verification. He also clarified that, contrary to reports circulating online, Habila was a nurse and not a physiotherapist.
Insisted through our lawyer that autopsy should happen, and we are begging the parents to allow autopsy to happen. And I say no, it's against their culture. And so we have a statement, and only God will resolve it, because we have directed that the corpse cannot be removed until they have done autopsy. But it's very strange why an unfortunate thing that happened, is being made this. Is it that we killed a woman that was giving me injection, or that, was administering drug to us, that live in our guest house, even in my residence in Asokoro? Because it can be very annoying when people use, people's, unfortunate incidents and are playing politics. Some people are calling me, we are this organization, we want to do protest, we want you to see us, what is it?
And providing updates on the federal government road infrastructure program, Umahi said construction is progressing steadily on President Bola Tinubu's 4 flagship highway projects, which he said are designed to improve connectivity, facilitate trade, and stimulate economic growth across the country.
Now we've started section 1 of the Trans-Saharan, 123 kilometers. We're starting with single carriageway. That gets us to the boundary of, Benue State. The other day, last week, we were there with journalists, and people marveled the extent work has gone in that place. And then we got to the Benue, boundary with Ebonyi, and we saw the work that has started, 168 kilometers, that passes through Benue, it enters Enugu State. And then from Benue, it goes to Kogi State and then ends in Owote Bridge. So it means that by the time we finish from Owote to Apok, which is 130 kilometers, it means that anybody in Southeast can be in Abuja between 2 hours and 4 hours.
The minister also dismissed claims that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is responsible for flooding in part of Lagos. He maintained that engineering assessment indicates the project is helping to mitigate ocean surges and improve coastal residents' resilience rather than worsening flooding. And the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has reaffirmed its commitment to promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical values through preventive and educational initiative. Speaking at a workshop on the integration of anti-corruption education in Nigeria universities and the law school, Chairman of the Anti-Graft Agency, Adamu Aliyu, noted that fighting corruption also requires investigation, education, and the promotion of values.
Legal education is central to this effort. The legal profession plays a key role in the administration of justice and the protection of the rule of law. Lawyers are custodians of justice and important actors in governance. For this reason, building strong ethical values at the early stage of legal training is essential.
Coordinator of the program, Professor Isa Chiroma, explained that the integration of anti-corruption training in universities and the law school will soon take effect as various groups are working towards its implementation.
The deans agreed and nominated their staff, 2 from each faculty, to also sit down and draft a curriculum. And I'm sure you're aware that we've done that in Kano initially. Then this is the second group. The outcome of this discussion is going to form a document that will be validated by another group, most likely in August. The outcome of that decision will be forwarded to deans, NUC, and Council of Legal Education.
The workshop brought together participants from the faculties of law and the Nigerian law schools. The planned adoption of final written addresses in the alleged 3.1 billion naira fraud trial of former Benue State Governor Gabriel Suswam was stalled on Thursday following his absence from court. Suswam and his former Commissioner for Finance, Omodachi Okolobia, are being prosecuted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on an 11-count amended charge bordering on alleged diversion of 3.1 billion naira. Prosecuting counsel Rotimi Jacobs informed the court that Suswam's lawyer, Paul Erokoro, had written to explain that both he and his client would be absent due to the former governor's ill health and requested an adjournment. Following the proceedings before Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court, Abuja, the civil society leaders for anti-corruption and transparency called for the speedy conclusion of the trial, which began in 2015. The group urged the court to fix an early date for the adoption of final addresses, noting that both the prosecution and defense had substantially concluded their cases and stressed that the need to bring the nearly 11-year-old matter to a close without further delay. If you are just joining us, this is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from Akwaduma Hill Studios in Asokoro. Here is a reminder of our top stories. FCT Minister boasts of President Tinubu's repositioning and rebranding the nation's capital. Kogi abducted students and teachers regain freedom. And President Tinubu signs executive order to strengthen oversight of Nigeria's fast-growing digital economy. Welcome back. The National Examination Council, NECO, has denied allegations that the examination center at Government Secondary School, Olowa Dekeni, local government area of Kogi State, where five persons were abducted on Tuesday, is a miracle center. The council says it strongly disagrees with the statements credited to the Kogi State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Kingsley Fanwo, who described the school as a miracle center. In a statement by the NECO Acting Director, Information and Public Relations, Aziz Sani, the examination body stated that the school, which is owned by the Kogi State government, has been in existence for over 40 years and has been representing candidates for the NECO Senior School Certificate Examination, SSCE, since 2000. While corroborating that the state government owns the school, NECO added that the principal of the school, Daniel Iyama, who was among those abducted, is a grade level 17 officer in the Kogi State Civil Service. Similarly, the kidnapped supervisor, Solomon Audu, is a grade level 12 officer employed by the Kogi State government and posted to Community Secondary School, FE. The examination body further added that available records also show that the abducted candidates, who are among the 28 present, are duly registered students of Government Secondary School, or lower, who were presented for the 2026 NECO SSCE by the school in conjunction with the Kogi State government. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, says all is set for its 2026 National Officer Selection, scheduled for Saturday, July 18, assuring members of a free, fair, and credible electoral process, despite the controversies that have trailed preparations for the poll. Speaking ahead of the election, NBA President Afa Musigwe, SAN, said the association remains committed to protecting its democratic process, stressing that every eligible lawyer should be allowed to exercise the right to vote.
We are trying to build up an NBA that holds a credible election and hope that will be an example for the nation to copy, and begging our members to stop delegitimizing our process, to play clean politics and focus on the issues. There are many issues Nigerians expect the NBA to address, and part of it is not public bickering and wrong accusations of people and false accusations. Focus on the facts and let democracy thrive.
Called that the process of constituting the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association was at one point stalled by a court order restraining him from setting up the committee. He, however, noted that the legal hurdles have been since resolved, clearing the way for the election to proceed. The NBA president urged lawyers to refrain from making inflammatory statements capable of undermining confidence in the process, noting that allegations and the election would be manipulated surfaced even before the ECNBA was constituted.
We should not allow these narratives to go without being questioned. When somebody says the election will be rigged without providing details, we should take oxygen out of that empty allegation, because it's speculative and does nothing more than harm the image of the association and those who are being accused without even having an opportunity to defend themselves. We will ensure that this election is free and fair. We want the whole world to come and observe it and confirm the transparency of the same.
Emphasize that the association has invited independent observers, including the Department of State Services, DSS, INEC, and foreign observers, to monitor the exercise and strengthen public confidence in the integrity of the electronic voting process. Addressing concerns over the recent arrest of the managing director of one of the election service providers by the DSS, Osigwe disclosed that the individual was later released, while investigations continue into information found on his laptop to ensure that no aspect of the electoral process was compromised. Communities on the outskirts of Nigeria's capital city are renewing calls for inclusive development, saying access to basic infrastructure and economic opportunities should not be undermined. They're determined by location. Residents of Kaida Sabo, a largely agrarian community on the fringes of the Federal Capital Territory, says interventions by the civil society organizations have transformed livelihoods where government support has been limited.
For the people of Kaida Sabo, access to an ICT center, support for sustainable farming and other community projects became possible through the intervention of Action Aid and its partners. Beyond improving livelihood, the intervention is also encouraging citizens to know their rights and hold government accountable for its responsibilities.
And it shows that the further you are from center of town, the least development you would experience or the least development you will see. Now, with this development we are seeing, should this be the case? Should this be the case? The answer is no. So if this is not be the case, then what do we do to make sure we turn this around? What do we do to work with the community to change this kind of situation?
It has been set up in terms of be it ICT center or different trainings that have happened, but to learn about the impact that has had in their community. As you know, we've run a number of different programs on gender-based violence. We have a project called Gender Action Learning Systems. We have the savings and loans support that we've given them.
The leadership of the community says the support has expanded opportunities for residents and accelerated development. While appreciating Action Aid's intervention, they urge government to fulfill its promises by providing critical infrastructure and services.
Our children who have not seen computer before, they can now have access to computer, they can operate computer, Microsoft Excel, CorelDRAW, and internet services. They all have the knowledge. Printing can be done here. Photocopy can be done here. Instead of going to Adobe, which is about 1 hour distance.
Here we discovered there were so many boys proving talent to our understanding, and we really know. And actually today they have expressed it because the way our boys, our youth were speaking.
Stakeholders says communities like Kaida Sabo plays an important role in agriculture and should not be overlooked in development planning. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
And that's all the package we have for you on Abuja Report today. Thanks for staying with us. I am Aicheda Majakodome. Do have a lovely weekend.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. We are also streaming live on Africa Independent TV. That's our channel on YouTube. I am TV Tiav. The Court of Appeal has restored all INEC guidelines for the 2027 general elections. This follows the upturning of the Federal High Court judgment that invalidated parts of the rules that stipulated deadlines for submission of digital party membership register and the conduct of party primaries for nomination of candidates ahead of the 2027 general elections. Delivering the judgment, Justice Okon Abang held that the lower court improperly interfered with INEC's statutory powers, stressing that the electoral body has the legal authority to regulate the conduct of elections within the framework of the law.
In very clear terms, what the court has said is that INEC did not go outside the stipulations of the Electoral Act or the Constitution in its revised timetable. Simple as that. So the court went very extensively in deciding, firstly, youth parties' application and their suits at the trial court. One, did they even have the locus to come before the court? They were not complaining that the timelines were affected or that they hadn't even conducted their primary elections based on the timetable of INEC. And that's what the court came to when it got to the merits of the matter, that even with that, they didn't show they had the locus to come to the court. Secondly, which is the main thing, the appeal itself, which is that the law, the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act, already empowers INEC to make this timetable, giving it a timeline to conduct all election procedures in order to meet the timeline according to law. So the main interpretation the court brought was that the timeline given was only a minimum requirement. So it didn't provide for, and what INEC did not extend the timeline. All they did was say, look, we will act earlier to be able to deliver the elections at the right time for the country. And that's what the court said they've done.
So for the records,
So what are the political and legal implications of this judgment? We have it on good authority that the matter is heading to the Supreme Court for final adjudication. But then, with the position of the law today, will some parties and their supposed candidates be on the ballot for the 2027 elections? We have a lawyer joining us to dissect all of this and more. We shall also be looking at the politics of flood disaster management in Nigeria. Lagos State is the current epicenter of the climate crisis in Nigeria, but then several other states are having their own share of the disaster. Cross River and Akwa Ibom states are the latest to record flooding in the last 72 hours. But then the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, in its flood advisory on Wednesday this week, warned that 14 states may experience a medium flood risk between Tuesday of this week, which is about 2 days ago, and Monday next week, a period of about 7 days. The agency is projecting localized flooding along major river channels, identifying 16 monitoring stations as high-risk locations. The affected states, that's the 14 affected states, would be Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, that has already recorded its own flooding, Anambra, Bauchi, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Edo, Enugu, Imo, Kaduna, Lagos again, Niger, and Plateau, with several local government authorities, areas and communities, including schools, health centers, and markets, to be affected if precautionary measures are not taken. So, instead of being a continuous blessing, it appears that the rainy season has become Nigeria's nightmare. And a cash cow, we must say, for some bureaucrats and politicians who feed fat every year on the tears, pains, and even blood of Nigerians who lose their lives in flooding. 3 experts are joining us in the later part of the program to address the issues. But then let's bring you up to speed with other latest developing stories just before the conversation. Stay with us.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse.
The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
I think the general view is that nobody is saying he's guilty. He's presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. But as a matter of sensitivity, a man who faces cases like that, for the Senate to endorse him, we are much to being insensitive to the feelings of women. Because it's not just one woman, there are two women on different allegations. So I thought that in matters like this, it will be more prudent that we wait and ask the guy to clear himself before the courts.
Yeah.
The papers were not presented before you?
No papers were presented before the committee. And Mr. President, if we continue to act on allegations, today we mentioned it the other time, it's not every allegation that will disturb the proceedings of the Senate. An allegation before a court of competent jurisdiction without judgment of a court does not make somebody guilty.
This is a very common issue in the entire Ekiti North, and I'm sure all over the country. And it's a very sensitive issue that we cannot just sweep under the carpet. If this Senate will oblige, we can put a call straight to the woman and let her Ekiti North, and I'm sure all over the country. And it's a very sensitive issue that we cannot just sweep under the carpet. If this Senate will oblige, we can put a call straight to the woman and let the committee on rules and business, let the committee on rules and business, let them investigate this case. That woman did not get justice.
Please.
As far as that case is concerning it.
The two senators, you know the woman. And I'm also happy that the woman told you everything. The question is, where did she tell you everything? We have a committee in the Senate, and we give the mandate of the Senate to the committee to go and investigate the nominee, and if found fit, recommend the nominee for clearance. And the committee has done its work. And not only did the committee do its work, the woman in question that you said we should put a call through, this is not we are not the panel investigating. So if you have the woman's phone number, step outside and phone her and ask her the things you said about this professor. Were you dreaming? Because there was nothing before the committee, and you failed to even appear before the committee. So for me, I have a report in front of me, which is conclusive. The report says that the man is very articulate, overqualified, and should be cleared by the Senate. But the woman told you something else.
What should be said in this kind of situation? He is not found guilty, it's just an accused. But then, we have a tradition in this service that whenever there is a candidate declared for appointment, there must be a kind of agreement among the senators presenting that particular candidate for clearance or for screening or to be confirmed for appointment. And this man happens to come from the state where the leader of the Senate comes from. Unfortunately, the leader is not here. I think going by tradition, we need to be very careful not to go against the culture and tradition of this August Senate. We need to, try to a little bit stay action on this matter, allow the Senate leaders to come, talk to them, and then have, an insight from their thinking before we go ahead. Otherwise, we will be contravening the tradition of the Senate.
In the Senate today over confirmation of an ambassadorial nominee. But eventually he was confirmed and indeed will be posted by the president to represent the country as it will. Another round of those arguments that you always have in the hallowed chambers of the Senate. But we'll turn our attention to other issues now, looking at what the Court of Appeal decided today being Thursday. I now have joining me Barrister Victor Giwa. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, the judgment, the Young Youth Party went to court. They got judgment in their favor at the Federal High Court. Almost all the parties were celebrating in it. But now we have that judgment upturned completely. What's the implication?
Okay, I think firstly we need to put in perspective how it started.
Yes.
I think the Youth Party,
yes.
YP, went to court to challenge INEC rules and regulation for the conduct of the general election for 2026, which was signed 2027. Okay, the rules and regulation is rule and regulation of 2026.
Okay.
Yes, because it was made pursuant to the 2026 Electoral Act. Okay. It was signed into law on the 30th of April 2026. Now, by the Professor George Amopipito. So, and now one of the issues they had was that the INEC has said that the political parties should submit the list of their candidates and the membership record of each of the political parties to the commission. Yeah.
And there was a date for it.
And there was a date. I think
May 10 also.
No, 30th of May.
No, that was a date for the primaries. I think May 10th was the submission.
Yes, and the primary should be conducted before.
Before
30th. Yeah. So and that was just the issue. Now, but you need to understand the matrix of that directive. When you submit the record, the membership record of a political party, it stops any person who moves from one political party to the other to be a member, and that it makes the person ineligible to contest for any internal primaries, because your name, you are not a member, because your name is not registered of members. Now, if you remember, when that judgment came, political parties were happy because they felt, oh, I can now move to a political party, become a member, and my name will be in the record. If my name is the party's record, I can now contest for primaries and be a candidate of a political party. So that was the implication. And people like the Youth Party felt that, look, they were open to receiving the campees from other political parties. So they challenged that guideline in the Federal High Court before Justice Umar. And Justice Umar, in his own ruling, in his own wisdom, felt that INEC acted outside this bond. And what was the issue? Section 29 of the Electoral Act. Section 29 of the Electoral Act says that every political party shall not later than 120 days to the date appointed for the general election submit the list of their candidates, which they intend to sponsor for any election. Now, this Section 29(1) of the Electoral Act 2026 says not later than 120 days.
Which means it can be before.
It means it can be before, but not later than. So INEC took, based on that Section 21, Section 29(1), now says, okay, he gave a date, I think it was like 90 days. Within their own calculation. 90 days, and said, look, political parties, 90 days before the general election, I need, and the thing fell to that May 10th. To complete the 90 days.
Initially it was before May 10th.
The parties were complained, and they now made it. So, and that was what the issue that took them, took the YP to court to now explain what really happened and why should INEC make give a date that is lesser than the 120 days. However, they did not come to understand that INEC has the power under Section 160 of the Constitution to regulate its own proceedings and make regulation for the conduct of the election. So it was within INEC's right to choose a time within the 120 days, not more than that. So INEC would have been off its jurisdiction, off its power, otherwise, if he had given a date above 120 days. So Justice Umar erred in law when he said,
the judgment of the
by
Court
that
of
judgment in
Court
of the Federal High Court. Now it is what the Court of Appeal have now said, no, under Section 160 of the 1999 Constitution and Section 151 of the Electoral Act 2026, INEC has power to make rules and regulations to direct the conduct of general elections. And it is within that power that INEC made those rules and regulations and recommended or stated the period within which parties should submit the list of candidates. So the Court of Appeal have just affirmed that the INEC does have the power, it is within their right, and that regulation is still valid.
So in essence, aspirants who defected most probably saw that they lost elections or will not get tickets in certain parties and defected after May 10 to other parties, after the register of the parties had submitted the register. And those parties are purportedly sponsoring them in the 2027 elections will not be on the ballot.
Come again, I didn't get that.
Okay. Candidates who defected.
Yes.
After May 10, when the parties ought to have submitted their names, and were not in the register of those parties that were submitted by May 10, that were jubilating that they have a window to come into other parties and got tickets in those parties, cannot be said to be, are not qualified to be on the ballot in 20.
Yes, that would be ordinarily the implication.
Yes.
Because what it means, therefore, is that as at that date, 10th of May, other political parties submitted their membership. Yes. If your name is not in that membership record of that political party, if you are a candidate now, and your name is not in that record as at that time, you are an invalid candidate. Because you are in the first place not a member of that political party.
Yeah.
Yes. However, you will recall that that particular regulation was set aside. If your name is now added by virtue of the notification
by the Federal
High Court, it means that your name has been brought in and then submitted. If they have not submitted your name, you have a problem, because INEC will not accept the membership record again, because the Court of Appeal have just validated that regulation.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
But if based on the setting aside of the regulation by the Federal High Court, you now enter into the political party and they succeeded in putting your name into their membership, and that membership record is able to get to the commission. As a candidate, you are safe. So what will now determine the safety of your candidature is whether or not
the Supreme Court,
the party, have entered your name in the membership record register, and have transferred it to INEC. Some of them, after that May 10, quickly, people now went into political party, they put their membership card, and they sent it to INEC. Because they see half time.
Yes.
Because what is important is that let your name be in the record.
But it's possible for INEC to determine those who were on the record before.
It's possible for them to say, oh, no, if your name came in after May 10th, so that is within INEC's power. And INEC has the power to say no. If your name came in after May 10th, you are not a valid party candidate. And INEC still have the power. But however, it will be safe for INEC to say, if your name have been submitted and the party have sent its record to us, because it still falls within that 120 days. It has not still gone beyond the 120 days provided by the Electoral Act. You still have a safety net.
Okay. I'm told we have the INEC official joining us virtually. Thank you very much for being a part.
Promise to another.